this shit. Got my fucking stomach in, never eat a fucking again. Better pray for all my sin, I don't feel no pain again. Fucking quit, got my fucking stomach in, I don't need a fucking again. Suffer now for all my sin, never feel no pain again. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing.
Waking up like I ain't broke. All I need's a fucking smoke. While I fucking walk, drink another fucking coke. Food just make me wanna choke. Got my stomach bad like smoke. No, that's not a fucking joke. Clear my plate, I'd rather croak. Extra shit like a bad plot. Mentally, all I do is rot. Feels like I've been fucking shot. Fuck this life, I only set my lot. Why so fat? Why so fat? You so ugly, got no tats. Why so fat? Why so fat?
Now you feel just like a man.
If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing.
Feel so nauseous, I can't eat. All I want's a fucking sleep. Caught it out, that's not a leap. I won't, so I'd rather weep. Fuck this shit, I don't know why. Makes me wanna fucking die. All I do is fucking cry. You won't see me eye to eye. I ain't hungry, eat no steak. Want no bake for your cake. Fuck them bitches, they all fake.
They just judge them on a snake.
Bile in my throat when I see a fucking note. I don't want fucking choke. All I need's an antidote. When I die, so she wrote. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing.
Hells yeah. What up, y'all? What the heck is up? Hells yeah. Whew. There we go. What up, y'all? Welcome to the fucking welcome to the show, yo. Welcome to the chill stream. Hell yeah. We used to call this the chill stream. Back when I was sitting here in this very spot at this desk streaming and chilling. It was the chill stream. Chi and Hild. Okay. Okay, whatever that. Oh, I see what you did. Okay, lovely. Yeah, what up, Hyun? What up, Waymerk's Way? What up? How's everyone doing tonight? Yeah, this stream would have been earlier, but I got distracted watching Demon Mama. Demon Mama's dope, yo. I don't know why I haven't paid more attention to her before now, but she is really fucking dope. Yeah, she did a really good segment on not getting doomer pilled while also remaining realistic, you know, about prospects. I mean, we can't be, like, delusional, but, like, doesn't mean we gotta be hopeless. There's always reasons to fight, try to make things better, always things we can do, and our best chance at succeeding is if as many of us as possible are actively working to better things and better our society and come up with solutions wherever we can. Hell yeah. I can't like explain like everything she said as well as she can, but I do highly recommend going and watching that stream of hers. It was based, yo. I sold off my silver for such a paltry sum. Damn. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Oh, yo, what up? We got a troll in the chat. What up, Heideology? No, I'm fully aware that could be the real Paul's ego, but Paul's ego is indistinguishable from a troll as far as I'm concerned, so. Yeah, dude. I ban smarter people from my chat before breakfast. How's everyone doing, yo? We got a slow chat today. Jamie, I didn't get much for my silver. I heard you. That's tragic. Tragic. Goddamn. It's fucking tragic, yo. $301. I didn't even know you were selling silver, but that's not enough. What, you thought like silver was gonna be worth money? You should buy like gold and silver, right? Put it aside for when the leftist Marxist apocalypse happens. Hell yeah. But no, guys, I having hope, yo. You know, a lot of people sniping dirty leftists. Yeah, dude. A lot of people like that doomer pill. I mean, I get it. I'm actually not going to say I don't get it. I get it. I get the doomer pill. I deep-throated that sucker for many years. All right. And I know hope is something that's you know, it's hard to come by. It doesn't just grow on trees, but here's the secret about hope, all right? You have to want it. You have to want to be hopeful. And I know that sounds like a rugged individualist sort of message, you know? I don't know, maybe it is, yo. Hi Jamie, you're a poop. Damn, that hurts. That cuts right to my core, yo. I'm gonna have to hang this up. But no, yeah, you have to want for there to be a better outcome. You're not gonna have hope if you don't want it. If you don't like want to fight for it. If you want to just lay down and give up and be like, whatever. But yeah, climate change is a giant fucking giant disaster that's standing in front of us. It's fucking it's horrifying. It's horrifying. We're all gonna have to go through that. We're all gonna have to fucking deal with the consequences of our society. Hopefulness is Beverly Hills rich boy politics, my dude. No, hopefulness is the ideology of people who want something better and don't view giving up as valid. Yeah, my dude. Until all outcomes have been exhausted. All possibilities, rather, have been exhausted. I personally believe that, like, whatever, you can tell me there's as many apocalypses in front of us as you want. Maybe there are. Maybe we're heading towards fucking total disaster. I'm not gonna believe that all hope is lost until I'm dead, or I was gonna say unless I was like the last person left after the, but even then, right? If you're alive, if you exist, you have a drive to survive, and to you know, a lot of people, like they may not have like the drive to like fight for improvement, but at least you have a drive to fucking survive. I mean, even in my most like fucking suicidal moments in life, I still felt that basic drive to keep fighting, keep surviving, keep living. All hope has been lost for decades. All hope has been lost for decades. For decades, shit has changed. Improvements have been made. There are things, there are amazing fucking things that exist in life on planet Earth today that people didn't conceive of 20 years ago or 30 years ago or 50 years ago. All right? Humans have a capacity to create fucking and innovate amazing things. I'm not saying I'm sitting there putting on my hope that like something is gonna happen, that like it's gonna, but like until it doesn't, keep fighting for it, keep pushing for it. Yeah, keep advocating for doing whatever we can wherever we can. Because Demon Mama made a really good point in her stream. There is no one solution. I think a lot of people like imagine they're gonna find like one solution, or at least one solution that like overshadows all others. I'm not about that. I've never been about that. My message for a long ass fucking time on here is there is no one solution. We have to try everything everywhere we can. Do what you fucking can. Because to not do anything is to lay down and give up and just die. And if you want to do that, go fucking do that. You want to lay down and say, you know what? I don't want to actually fucking fight. I don't want to have hope. You know? I think it's too fucking dangerous, or it's led me to too much fucking disappointment. Fine. Don't have hope. Lay down and give the fuck up. You want to say, oh, I don't want to fight. I don't want to even convince people or pull people over to my movement. Specifically, Paul. You want to say, I don't actually care about convincing people of my positions. But, like, I'm still somehow doing something. No, you're not. You've given up. Just admit it. All right? Fine. Do that. You want to do that? Do that. I don't care. But why the fuck are you going to get in the way of other people who are trying to do something? Why the fuck are you going to, like, antagonize and shit on people who have, like, who actually just want to try? Want to try and make something better. Fight for something. Don't want to just lay down and give up hope. No, you want to doom or pill everyone. You want to make everyone as miserable and fucking depressed as you are. How's that working out for you? Because you got your little fucking audience. Granted, you know, you've achieved more than I've achieved. Congratulations. Is Paul's ego a household name? Is Paul's ego out there fucking pulling people over? Getting his name out there? Growing every fucking day? Hey, I'm not there yet either, but hey, I'm fucking I'm getting around more and more every day. I'm not even saying I'm better than Paul in any way. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm just saying you don't give a shit about pulling people over. You don't give a shit about having hope. You don't give a shit about affecting political change. You just want to sit on your ass and say, like, oh, my do-nothing strategy of not voting and yelling and screaming at the fucking the people who already agree with me to further insulate them into their own fucking echo chamber of logic. Like, again, because, like, I love it, because even if, like, a no-confidence movement was, like, possible, you'd think number one priority, right? Number one would be outreach. Right? Outreach. We're gonna go spread our fucking message. The one chance you get to go spread your fucking message, you go on Vosh's show and then shit on him the next fucking week. And like, fine, you want to criticize him? By the way, I know you wanted to call me out and say, like, because I saw that shit. I normally don't peek in when I hear you're talking about me, but whatever, I saw that shit. You want to say, I'm such a bad friend to TJ because I have criticisms of him. Yeah, people that are friendly can criticize each other. I'm not saying you can't. But when you go to the extent of, like, fuck Vosh and fuck everybody who watches Vosh, you're a fucking mess, dude. You're like, you can't put your fucking emotions aside for 5 fucking seconds to, like, I don't know, try, like, it's almost like you've never heard of the idea of catching more flies with honey than vinegar, right? No, you gotta, like, just completely antagonize and shit anyone who doesn't agree with you. It doesn't fucking just blindly follow your fucking pessimistic doomerism, which, let's be fucking honest, probably all fucking comes from, like, your own, like, you're mad at the world. I get it. I've been mad at the world too. The world fucking sucks, but, like, okay. Yeah, everyone else has to feel that way too. Anyone who has a different fucking perspective is an idiot. What the fuck are you doing, dude? What the you made a joke about, like, my followers crawling groggy-eyed out of the Hopium den? What kind of fucking echo chamber of depression and hopelessness do you have over there at fucking Hideology? I give people hope. I make people feel better, feel like actually fucking doing something. And just throw ad homs, because that's all you can fucking do. Hey, Paul, you want to know something? You think you got me figured out. I got you figured out. You're just a schoolyard bully. You're just a schoolyard bully, making fun of people to make yourself feel better. It's not working. Hey, you know what? You may have had me for a few weeks. It may have gotten to me. Ooh, I'm such a weak person. It got to me. Yeah, it did. You know what? It did. Yeah, me and my audience have been talking about it because, yeah, it got to me. I have a right to have feelings. I'm not even blaming you for those fucking feelings. But, like, at the end of the day, I realize, like, all you're fucking doing, all you did with Brett Keane, and all you're doing when you fucking come after me and my friends who are just trying to try something out, you know, trying to improve, you know, they're not great at what they do yet, but, like, come the fuck on. They're beginners at it. Have a fucking, like, some goddamn sympathy. Like, all you're doing is trying to make yourself feel better because you're a miserable fuck. Who, I love it too because, like, Paul talks about how, like, oh, like, what's the point in doing this or that because climate change, we're all going to be dead, like, 10 to 20 years. I've heard Paul say he doesn't even expect to live another 20 years himself. Like regardless of climate change. Like, due to his health or whatever. I don't know if he's changed that, if he's changed that position or that fucking attitude. But, like, clearly someone who's already fucking given up. Running around telling everyone else they need to fucking give up too. You want to give up? Give up. Go fuck off. Go be an angry fucking doomer. Go be an angry old man yelling at the kids to get off your fucking lawn. Like, go do that shit. But don't fucking shit on other people who want something better, who haven't given up. You want to cynically sit there and cross your arms and be like, one day you'll come over to my position. One day you'll understand. You'll see it's pointless. Fine. Let us experience that for our fucking selves. and maybe allow the fucking possibility that maybe just because you were disappointed and shit didn't go your way, that it's not an indication of a broader, unbreakable pattern. That maybe life is full of fucking possibilities and you don't know what the fuck is gonna happen. You arrogant fucking narcissist. Paul's fucking ego, yo. Paul's ego. He can't, like... he can't deal, yo. He's so angry and mad, and he's been fucked over by the DNC. Poor little Paul. Oh, poor Paul. He voted for fucking Obama and actually thought everything was gonna change. And I'm too optimistic. Maybe your problem is the fact that you were even disappointed by Obama in the first place. Why did you expect anything? See, I'm realistic, dipshit. I'm realistic. I know that a lot of the solutions that I fight for may not ever fucking happen. I get that. But you know what? I'm willing to fight. I'm willing to put myself at a disadvantage. I'm ready to take whatever fucking trials lay ahead of me. Whatever's required to fight for this shit. And I plan to. I plan to get involved more politically, especially now that I'm back in Canada. And, you know, I'm getting settled in again. And, you know, yeah, I kind of want to get involved politically. I want to start volunteering for some political campaigns and whatnot and see what I can do in the community, what I can advocate for. Because I don't want to just be some fucking angry asshole on the internet yelling into the void, hoping that the few people that I influence might actually do something. I want to do something myself. And I'm not saying that what I'm doing here is worthless. I'm not saying that what Paul is doing is worthless either, dude. Oh my god, Paul. You're so obsessed with dude, get your head out of the Vosh toilet for 5 fucking minutes, dude. Get your head out of the fucking Vosh toilet. I'm not talking about Vosh. Dude, my guy, my dude. Alright? I was advocating for socialism before I knew who the fuck Vosh was. You can ask my chat. You can go back on my fucking channel and prove this. I was talking about gender abolitionism. I was talking about Medicare for all. I was talking about, I didn't talk so much about worker co-ops, but the more I heard Vosh talk about them, yeah, I adopted that into my ideology. Vosh has helped me improve my rhetoric on a lot of things that I already believed, and he's, yeah, convinced me and pulled me over on other shit. Because you know what? I'm not just one thing. I'm an amalgamation of all the people who have ever fucking influenced me. And you're one of them, Paul. I've been influenced by you, TJ, Kyle Kalinske, Vosh, George Carlin. I've been influenced by a lot of fucking people. But I don't, like, affix my ideology completely to one person. Yeah, Demon Mama is another person that, it influences me too. Hell yeah. I think it's good to not be an insular fuck who, like, is so high off the smell of your own farts that you can't even consider entertaining ideas that didn't come out of your own fucking empty fucking head. Yeah, I take ideas from other people. I listen. I evaluate. I use critical fucking thinking. I use my brain to examine arguments, and I decide whether or not to add them into my fucking ideology or not. What? Debate bro terminology? What the fuck are you talking about? See, this is the dude, guys. Like, you can see, like, wherever Paul's headspace is at is somewhere completely different. Like, he's not even listening to me. Like, when did I say anything about, like, what is even criticizing someone equals living rent free? No one even went there. Are you talking to someone in the chat? What are you whatever. Yeah, my guy. Oh my god. Oh, I said my dude and my guy because Paul said that in the chat before me, and I'm making fun of him. Because he's so Vosh-brained. He can't, like, I'm not even talking about Vosh. But, like, he has to, like, bring up Vosh. Because he's so butthurt. Is it because you lost, like, subscribers to Vosh? Is that why you're so butthurt by me, too? Because there's actually people, granted not large numbers, but there's actually people in my audience right now that used to watch you that realize that you're a depressing fucking doomer, that like watching you really kind of sucks and really kind of like just keeps people spiraling in their own fucking self-loathing and misery. I wonder, yo. Wonder if that's why Paul's so fucking salty. Because, guys, as much as Paul tries to push the narrative, Jamie's still talking about me, Jamie's still yeah. Paul is like 40 times my size. Okay? 40 times my fucking size. Probably more. Wait, whatever, I can't do math. He has like, what, 48,000 subscribers, something, whatever, I don't know, whatever. He's hundreds of times my size, okay, whatever. He's way larger than me. He talked about me. We had a exchange. Didn't go great for me. Whatever. I shouldn't have engaged in it. It was dumb. All right. I should have realized Paul was not gonna be a even slightly decent fucking person to talk to. He was just gonna troll all the whole time and act like a fucking child. Honestly, like, yeah, that was my lapse in judgment, and I'll cop to that. Okay, I'll cop to that. I shouldn't have done it. But yeah, people in my community talked about it. It's affected, dude. People have been seeing that and coming. Like, it doesn't affect Paul in the way that it affects me because, I'm smaller, so people are watching that on his channel or on TJ's channel and then coming over to my channel to talk to me about it or to criticize me about it or troll me about it or whatever, or to say they agree with me. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of those too. By the way, I still maintain Paul lost that exchange. I didn't win the debate, but in terms of the overall exchange, TJ won, okay, because TJ made a bunch of money. Paul lost because, see, I was going to win either way, and that's kind of the reason why I ended up doing it, because I was just like, I know this is going to go badly, but, see, Paul only stands to lose, especially behaving the way he does. He's an asshole, and he's just going to piss people off and make them realize that, yeah, I know you're hundreds of times my size, all right? I eat right and exercise, okay? Because I care about my body and not dying early. But, yeah, so what? Paul's way bigger than me? Whatever. I talked about it. Oh no. Why does Paul still talk about me? Why does Paul still pay attention to my puny ass? I'm a nobody, right? I'm a nobody compared to Paul. I'm nobody. I'm a worthless little fucking piece of gum on the bottom of Paul's shoe, right? That he steps into a pile of shit later and I like fall off into the shit and then get eaten by a fucking I don't know, raccoon, and then shit into a sewer, whatever. I'm garbage. Why do you care? Why do you care if I respond to it? Why are you giving me the attention? Because you only stand to lose, Paul. You look like an asshole, and people end up listening to me. See, even if most of your fans listen to me and think I'm a piece of shit, I'm still gonna pull over some people, right? So what, like, and that's why, yeah, Paul lost. A lot of people have come to me and been like, dude, Paul's a fucking asshole. I guess those people are all Jamie simps though, right? People have watched you for fucking years being like, yeah, fuck Paul. He's a fucking asshole. He's an uncharitable, unsympathetic fucking schoolyard bully. Desperately trying to relive his glory days of being a lol cow milking asshole on DP. What was it? You were gonna try to make me your next Brett Keane? Huh? Was that the goal? Was that the fucking goal? Like I said, I'm done with the like over charitability towards Paul. I'm kind of like I've done it too long, and Paul's taken advantage of it, so I'm done. Paul hasn't responded since I epically burned him on his comment about being hundreds times bigger than me. Yeah, is he crying in the corner? Is he crying in the corner, or is he trying to figure out like the an epic ponage, an epic burn to burn my fucking ass? 'Cause that's all Paul can fucking do. He does it to me. He does it to his own fans. I try to foster a community of positivity, fucking nice people treating each other with fucking respect. When I said, by the way, that you guys cultivate a negative environment, that's the shit I'm talking about. Your meanness, your edgy fucking asshole persona, all right? That shit is what brings about an element of the community that they don't care. It doesn't matter how much pro-trans stuff you do. It doesn't matter how much pro-black, pro-trans, pro-disabled, whatever shit. You want to do the wokest content, doesn't matter. Because there will always be people who show up to watch you and TJ be assholes. That's what they're there for. That's what they like. And I'm not even saying that shit is like devoid of value. All right, it's funny. I've watched you guys for years. All right? But like I feel like there's nah, just bored by these takes. Okay. Yeah, no, the cold takes. Yeah, dude. Anything you don't like is a cold take. Oof. Oh, that burns, Paul. Oh my God. You're cutting me so hard. Yeah, no, like the fucking asshole shit. Like, yeah, fuck you, TJ. You're a fucking piece of shit. Yeah, fuck you, Paul. Yeah. It's childish. It's just, like, it's why, honestly, like, I don't really watch you guys anymore. I like TJ. I watch his content. I still think he's an intellectual person. I don't agree with him on everything. You know? I think you guys are talented, too. I do. Like, I'll be real. The three of you are really fucking talented. And entertaining. It's just I'm sick of the doomerism, and I'm sick of the fucking like assholishness. I'm sick of the bullying. It's gotten old. Maybe I was into that shit in high school, and whatever. If you guys want to appeal to fucking high schoolers forever, whatever. I know you guys got older fans. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you don't. All right. I'm just saying people with a fucking mindset of like, why do you shit on TJ? Because I want TJ to be better. Because I actually give a shit about him, dude. Because my dude, all right? If I'm friends with someone, I'm not just going to lick their fucking asshole and tell them everything they want to hear, all right? I don't believe in engaging in those types of toxic fucking friendships, which clearly you do. All right, normal people in normal healthy relationships are able to provide constructive criticism. All right, and I am fully like willing to accept that maybe my criticism is wrong or maybe it's misplaced. But you know what? Just like you're entitled to your dipshit opinions, I'm entitled to my opinions. All right. Yeah, and I think I'm entitled to think you guys are just kind of fucking mean. A little too often, a little too much, a little like it's a little unnecessarily, you know. It's not hugely problematic. You guys do good work outside of that. You guys advocate for pretty good political positions outside of that, all right? You advocate for, good progressive values for the most part. I'm not saying you don't, all right? However, I am saying that there's, in my opinion, flaws in the way that you guys do things, all right? That's not me saying TJ is a worthless fuck. That's not me saying I fucking hate TJ. Like, holy fuck. What am I supposed to just bow? Like, dude, I love it because you specifically, Paul, used to give me shit for being a Tajika fan and for just sucking on TJ's asshole constantly. For literally wanting to be the banana to go up inside fucking TJ's anus and just live there, all right? Now, I'm actually criticizing him. I'm actually, like, giving him constructive criticism. It's like, oh, what, you don't like TJ? Yeah, I love TJ. TJ will always be instrumental to my, learning to, come out of religion and think for myself. And a lot of the ways I think and believe are TJ was fundamental in that shit, all right? But that doesn't mean that I'm going to just sit here and just tell TJ his shit don't stink. I respect him too much for that, dude. Do you respect TJ enough to tell him when his shit stinks? Do your friends respect you enough to tell you when your shit stinks? Or are they even fucking able to? If people try to tell you that you're wrong about something, do you just fucking... And I know you do this with your audience. I know you've done it with me. You bite their fucking head off. What the fuck is that? I want people... I foster an environment, too, where my community has every fucking right. The people that watch me have every right to tell me when they think I'm fucking up. When they think I'm... I have a bad take, or I'm doing something shitty. I am always trying to learn and grow from my audience. And honestly, see, here's the thing. There was a few months when I wasn't even watching you guys, like, at all, really. And the thing that made me start watching TJ again was when TJ started doing videos criticizing his old takes. That's when I took a... Because that was one of the things that attracted me to Vosh. Him actually criticizing himself. Him actually pulling apart his own takes, his own videos. Trying to be better. Admitting his mistakes. And I saw TJ doing that. And I thought, damn, wow. I can really fucking respect that. And I started watching TJ again. I started watching DFF a little bit again. Because there is nothing I respect more than someone who is able to take criticism from their own fucking audience, or just able to take criticism in general. That's one of the reasons I don't really respect you, Paul, because you're not all that able to take criticism. You have a Reddit full of people that, like, criticize you, and, like, all you do is, like, not all you do. I've seen you make arguments against them, but, like, you also use some pretty loaded language and just kind of dismiss them as, oh, the fucking Reddit trolls. The fucking Paul haters. And now you've added to that. Now anytime anyone criticizes you, it's the Jamie simps. I'm so irrelevant and worthless, right? But, like, I'm relevant enough to have simps, I guess, that, go around preaching the word of Jamie. I don't think he's listening, Jamie. Oh, no, he's not listening to a word I'm fucking saying. Again, what Paul is actively doing right now is, see, he's listening, but he's trying to find anything that he can use against me, all right? He's waiting for me to say something stupid enough in his mind that he can, like, latch onto and like, turn against me, right? That's why the last thing he said was, why do you shit on TJ? Because I actually have criticism of my friends. I have criticism of people that I like. I think that's good. I think that's healthy. And he has no fucking response to what I've said since. Because he knows I'm fucking right. He knows he has no fucking leg to stand on. So instead, he's sitting there waiting for another way that he can snipe at me. That or he's gotten bored and left, but like... oh, God, dude. It's really sad. Again, this is a dude, like, way bigger than me. And I saw him in Demon Mama's chat the other day. Like, going after someone in the chat. Like, this is what Paul does? Like, just, like, troll other people's chats? That's what I used to do for fun when I was, like, a nobody streamer. And I was in Paul's audience. I used to troll his chat. I used to troll other people's chats. Whatever. I was a sad, lonely, miserable dipshit. And I wanted to make people miserable, you know? I wanted to piss people off. I thought it was funny. I thought annoying people was funny, you know? Because I had the mindset of a child. When I was on DP, people criticized me for using autism as an insult. I do listen to... Oh, one example. Wow. Wonderful. Amazing job, Paul. You took one... criticism to heart. I'm not saying you didn't do others. Yeah, of course there's going to be criticisms that you take. I'm not saying you never take criticism. Of course everyone's going to be able to come up with an example, okay? But I think you foster an environment that is anti-criticism levied towards you. I think you get way too angry and way too presumptuous and you jump down people's throats for no good reason when they're trying to have a fucking dialogue with you. Or even when they're fucking agreeing with you and you know they disagree with you on other shit. What is that? Dude, when my guy, when you first, like, started coming after me for that, like, you're a Biden supporter, you support rape. Dude, you were streaming, you were talking about other shit. You were talking about something I fucking agreed with. And I was agreeing with you. I came into your chat to have a chill time. Because I don't know why some dipshit part of me is still nostalgic for the days when I used to sit back and enjoy some Paul's ego. I guess you did a good job at beating that out of me, so thanks. I am better for it now, you know. I don't waste my time, you know, in the miserable cesspool that is your channel. But I was in there to chill. I was in there again in good faith. Ooh, good faith, good bad faith, good faith. Yeah, I was in there literally to chill, to hang out, dude. And you, like, knowing that we had a disagreement, your mind went, ooh, here's a way I can fucking dishonestly misrepresent your fucking argument. Especially because you saw my fucking stream, which, you know, you're too young to use the word nostalgic. Fuck you, I'm 26. I can use whatever fucking word I want. You ain't my daddy, bitch. Anyway, yeah, Paul's mind went, okay, yeah, I had just seen that stream which I'm going to call stupid or whatever, or drama or whatever. I'm going to completely ignore the fucking seriousness of that and try to, like, trivialize it, which is bad enough, but then I'm going to weaponize it in order to make a dishonest, bad faith argument in order to try to own someone who's not even here being fucking antagonistic right now. Like, what? What the fuck? Like, yeah, your community is one of antagonism. People who disagree with you don't feel safe airing their opinions. There was a time when I was literally just like, I better not say anything in Paul's chat because he's going to yell at me. Like, he's going to take anything I say, even me agreeing with him. There was one, dude, Paul was streaming a couple months ago, and I went into his chat, and, I'll respond to that in a second. I went into his chat, and I was agreeing with, like, his general idea. What was it? He was talking about, like, oh, defunding the military, right? He was talking about defunding the military, and I was agreeing with him. And I was like, yeah, defund the military. That should be the solution. Whenever leftists say we need to do this and right-wingers go, well, how are we going to pay for it? We need to be fucking marching up and down, screaming at the top of our lungs, defund the military. And in order to, like, push that idea across in as few words as I could, because it's in a text chat, I said something about, yeah, leftists need to be, like, doing hashtag defund the military. And Paul, like, rather than, like, trying to, like, read that charitably and be like, oh, you're agreeing with my sentiment, right? You're like, what, hashtags don't fucking work. I hate these leftists who think everything comes down to a hashtag. Hashtag this, hashtag that. That wasn't my argument. You presume that. Whatever. You assume that argument. I was not making that argument. I was not saying, yeah, the solution, guys, is hashtag defund the military. We just hashtag campaign, guys. That's gonna do it. Hooray. What are you talking about? Obviously, I was talking about a broader idea, but this is Paul. Like, he's uncharitable. He just assumes the dumbest. He assumes everyone in his audience is dumb as fuck. Which, dude, the way a lot of people come at me and, like, just literally parrot whatever Paul said to criticize me. Like, it's really funny that Paul criticizes me for, you just parrot everything Vosh says and you're not original and you don't have any of your own ideas. Meanwhile, you foster an environment that does not promote critical thinking. You promote people listening to you and agreeing with you. And a lot of people in your audience can't think critically. A lot of people in your audience just blindly fucking go along with whatever you say. They don't look into shit. Oh, Paul said this person's a piece of shit, so this person's a piece of shit. That's why I brought up the fact that one of your fans came to me and told me I'm a fucking man. I wasn't saying you guys are transphobic, and I wasn't dancing around that either, Paul. Nice self-reporting there, okay? Or whatever, but I never once called you transphobic. I don't think you're transphobic. Are you worried about people calling you transphobic, Paul? Because that's got nothing to do with me. I didn't once call you transphobic. I know that you are pro-trans people, all right? I remember you talking about you had a friend growing up that was came out as trans. I know you have trans mods. I know you wouldn't go there. Like, I never said you would, and you brought that up quite a few fucking times, yo. You brought that up. Oh, like, Jamie's calling me trans. I never called you transphobic, dude. How do I have control over what my fans say? You don't. But you have control over whether or not your fans just, like, jump on a fucking hate campaign that you start. Which, dude, the entire time, every time you've mentioned me, every time you've mentioned me on your channel, Paul, almost every single time, I've gotten at least one person coming over and telling me I'm a piece of shit and I should quit, and why am I still doing this? When Paul already schooled me so hard over because this isn't the first time you've been like, fucking Jae Darké or Jae Darké, a fuck piece of shit. 5 trans mods more than you. Actually, no, I've got like I don't know, maybe I have 5 trans mods too. It's not a see, like, dude, you're making it a contest. What are you doing? You're what? I don't care how many trans mods you have. I know I just said I know you're not trans. See, this is Paul's, like, mentality. He's trying to get a win on me. He's trying to, like, own me for saying something stupid or wrong or just one up me in one way or another. Like, holy fuck. I don't care how many trans mods you have, Paul. Wonderful. I have a lot of trans people in my community. My community is full of fucking trans people. Like, Hey, I probably have a higher trans ratio in my audience than you do. Trans to cis, right? I probably do. Doesn't matter. You have a bigger audience than me. Of course you have more trans mods. Of course you have more trans people in your audience. What? I don't care. I just said I know you're not transphobic. I said you're an asshole. And I said you promote asshole-ish behavior. You promote bullying. That's my problem, Paul. You're a bully, and a lot of the people in your audience are bullies. And a lot of the people in your audience don't have the same line or filter that you do. You have a responsibility, Paul, to your audience. You have a responsibility the way you behave, the kind of behaviors that you fucking endorse. You think that you shitting on me, a smaller content creator, or Mises, or Kawaii Cost, or who the fuck ever else? I know, a blast from the past, right? No one's thought of that name in forever. You think that doesn't have repercussions beyond you just schooling the person? You think your audience doesn't take a fucking a cue from you? You think your audience isn't doing the same shit? I'm sorry, Paul. You can't sit there and pretend that like, oh, what, I'm Mr. Innocent. No, you're not responsible for everything your audience says and does, but you're responsible for the fucking environment you cultivate. You're responsible for the kind of attitudes that you promote. And yes, you promote bullying. You are a bully. What you did to Brett Keane, look, Brett Keane probably really deserved a lot of it to a certain point. But after a certain point, it was bullying. What you guys did to a lot of people on DP was bullying. And whatever, I know TJ realizes that. I don't know if you, I can't remember you talking about, I think you said something about you realizing that too. If that's the case, whatever, fine, yeah. I was beating up bullies before you were a twinkle in your dad's teenage eyes. What wonderful, wonderful. See, Paul was a good bully. He bullied the bullies. See, Paul's actually a hero, right? Paul's a hero because Paul takes out the people that he views as bullies. But who decides who the bullies are when Paul's taking out bullies? Is it Paul? Is Paul the one making the decision of who the bullies are that he's then going to go bully? How does he make that determination, I wonder? How does Paul make the determination of who is and isn't a bully? Is it defending the manager? See, you're defending the lowest of the low, so you must be low. Yeah, no, I don't defend engaging in actions that will further enact a cycle of negative behavior and poor mental health choices. Yeah. And that's what you guys did to Brett Keane, because of course he wasn't going to stop. Brett Keane is a severely mentally ill, a delusional person. Of course he wasn't going to stop. You guys gave him a reason to keep going. You guys gave him a reason to keep humiliating himself. Keep humiliating his family. Keep putting his fucking children's well-being in jeopardy. And as his children get up, you think his children don't know about DP? They gotta live with that shit. They gotta live with that shit for the rest of their fucking lives. Knowing that their dad is the fucking cum rag on the bottom of the circles of these circles of the internet. What a wonderful, noble fucking thing you did to further enrich yourself. Wow. Well, but he's a piece of shit though, right? Doesn't affect anybody. That's why I don't engage, by the way, in making fun of Shani for Christ. I don't. Because I could imagine, because she reminds me a lot of my mom. I could imagine being one of her kids and watching that shit. which is why I banned any Brett Keane discussion in your chat. Yeah, after you got super rich off of it, right? After you made a ton of money and it gained a huge following, and are now in a nice place of not being able to Not sure if you're aware, but you blocked me over a month ago. You're arguing with a troll. For all I know, you're a troll. YouTube removed the ability to go to the channel and verify it. So I have no idea. But you know what? Even if I am arguing with a troll, I don't care. I argue in good faith. I argue with the arguments presented to me, dude. That's what I do. I respond to the arguments laid before me. And I think I did a pretty good fucking job. Whether that was fucking Paul or not, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter to me. I made my arguments, and my arguments are valid, and they stand. That was 2014. The internet landscape was different back then. Yeah. What? Look, that was different back then. What? Look, everyone was doing slavery, all right? Look, it... You blocked me months ago. Okay. So I'm arguing with a troll. This troll seemed to make all the arguments that you would make. So, yeah, I don't... You know what, then, Paul? You can go back and you can watch this and pretend I'm arguing with you, because yeah, pretty stupid. For all I know, that is the real ideology, and you're also now logging into Deep Fat Fry just to fuck with me. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't put it past Paul. Like, Paul is a dishonest dipshit. Like, for all I know, that's literally what he's doing right now. He's like, okay, yeah, I'm ideology and I'm deep fat fried. Lol. Fucking Paul's ego. The dipshit who, like, the dipshit who's so triggered by me, dude, that he could like unmodding me from his own chat. Yeah, wasn't even good enough. He had to unmod me from DFF. Because I can't touch the properties that Paul is even involved with. Paul might have to see my name with a wrench next to it for 5 seconds. Yeah. The dude that's so triggered by me that even though I'm a tiny ass fucking channel, he's still fucking talking about me. Holy fuck, I don't care. Like, you fixate. Like, I don't care. Okay, that's not Paul. Whatever. I don't care. Was this not a good stream? Did I not epically own Paul, even if it was an imaginary Paul? I mean, to be fair, it's not hard. But hey, it's never hard owning people when they're just able to text in your chat and you're the one able to say whatever the fuck you want, right? That's never hard. Being able to make someone else look like the fucking idiot for a change. Being able to make someone... Yeah, being able to say whatever you want. Oh, looks like ideology is banned. I actually didn't ban you then. One of my mods probably banned you. Because... Actually, yeah, dude, I love it too. Because Paul came in the chat being like... triggered, and like and then like everyone else in the because I watched his stream after, and like he came in the chat be like triggered, and he was like, oh my god, Jamie's so triggered, I didn't even see it. One of my mods deleted it immediately. One of my mods instantly fucking deleted it, dude. And I just kept going, and like then all the people came in the chat be like triggered, and I was like, wow, that's dumb. And Paul like, I'm looking away from this. I'm not even watching the stream. I dropped the bomb, yo. Like, You didn't even see that I wasn't affected by your dumb fuck bomb because, like, dude, your juvenile level of trolling, all right? I've been getting that shit from people who watch you for years. Not triggered, second stream in a row dedicated to me. The only reason I've been talking about this is because I was under the impression I was arguing with Paul. And I figured if Paul is here in the chat to actually respond himself, I might as well do it. But you know what? I'm also not going to fucking apologize and act like I need to answer to you for whenever I talk about you. I have a right to talk about you. All right? Again, as I said earlier to, I guess, not you, you're a much bigger fucking YouTuber, dude. You're a much bigger YouTuber who talked about me, had an exchange with me. And like I said, your fans have been coming over to my stream ever fucking since. All right? You haven't had any like fallout or anything from that. I've had people coming over. Some people in agreement, some people in disagreement. Hey, you know what's funny, Paul? As I was laughing about earlier, the fact is, all right, and maybe this is why you're so triggered, right? Because maybe it's because you realize that you've lost viewers to me ever since that pathetic fucking exchange. Is that why, Paul? Is that why you get so fucking mad? You're so fucking mad at Jae Darké. Ooh, I can't believe she exists. Oh, I just hate that bitch. Oh, fucking piece of shit. You didn't have fallout because you didn't make a fool of myself. Oh, so that isn't why I've had multiple fucking people come to me and tell me that they no longer watch you now. Because that fucking stream was the last fucking straw. They've already been getting sick of you, dude. my dude, my guy, my dude. Oh my god. I have 18 viewers. Yeah. More than I had a few months ago. I'm growing. What do you want? How much growth have you seen lately, Paul? Relative to your channel size? How much growth has the Ideology channel been getting, dude? See, that's the thing, dude. Paul should ignore me, but Paul's too triggered to ignore me. He's too triggered. It's hard to believe this is actually Paul dedicating his time to this. Yeah, it kind of is. It's kind of crazy. This is what he does. Paul, the great and mighty Paul, who I'm not even worthy to lick his feet with my worthless little shitty channel, right? But he has the time to come hang around in my channel. You grew because of Paul owning you? No, I grew because of a stream that I learned from and I grew from and gained experience from, all right? Paul owned me, dude. No, like I said, Paul lost that exchange, all right? Look, if anything, TJ won. Paul lost. I came out neutral, all right? Because I gained support, and I lost a little bit. Yeah, a couple of the Paul simps that watch me that I guess, yeah, I'm the one who can't think for myself, but these people, the minute someone, Paul says that I'm a piece of shit, suddenly it's like, oh, Jamie's a piece of shit, you know? But, yeah, Paul is the one with more to lose, right? Because he's he has more eyes on him, right? He has more followers, more to lose, and yeah, a lot of people were sick of that shit. That's why people have been talking about it. Why are people still talking about? Because people are sick of your fucking shit. They're sick of you're a bully. You're a fucking bully, dude. You're a fucking asshole. You pick on people that are smaller than you, or not as talented than you, not as entertaining as you, who are just trying to better themselves, just trying to improve and you know, make something of themselves. Oh my God, like you people trying, you know? But Paul hates people trying, right? Fuck trying. Fuck trying to make a better world, a better life. No, we all gotta just lay down. You gotta just lay down and say, oh, we're You know what, Paul? If my channel is now you, I'm not gonna do that, by the way. A Paul response channel. Yeah, I probably could. you know, see, I love how Paul is trying to use this to like make me doubt myself. Like I'm like, what? Oh no. I have been talking about Paul a bit recently. Oh no, shit. Oh, what am I gonna do? Yeah, I've been talking about Paul. Yeah, a bigger YouTuber who has a bigger influence, who I think has a very negative effect on his audience and the people around him. Personally, again, I yeah, again, this is probably the same troll. Who knows? Who fucking knows, dude? But yeah, no, I am going to talk about Paul more. Yeah, I am. Because you know what? Paul says a lot of dumb fucking shit. A lot of dumb fucking shit. And right now, like, the only really source of criticism towards Paul is the Reddit. I think more people gotta call out Paul. All right? I think Paul gets away with, like, using bully tactics to silence people a little too much. Right? Because that was the goal. Was, like, make me doubt myself, make me second guess myself, make me feel like I'm a worthless excuse for a streamer. And how dare I even fucking bother trying? Go fuck yourself, Paul. Go fuck yourself. You don't get to dictate what I stream about, all right? And yeah, even if I was being like, you know what? I'm going to talk about Paul some more so I can gain some more attention. What would be the problem with that? Excuse me, are we not all YouTubers? Again, did Paul not make his career shitting on fucking shitting on other people and doing whatever he could to gain prominence and attention, engaging with other people of prominence to try to climb that fucking YouTube ladder? Is that not what YouTube fucking is? What is this? Oh, you're a piece of shit. You're trying to grow your YouTube channel. Look at this person trying to grow their channel, guys. Trying to make decisions that'll positively impact the growth of their fucking channel. What a piece of shit. She had me blocked and still argued with you for half an hour, gullible. No, this person actually did do a pretty good Paul impersonation. But that's the thing, though. You're not that hard to impersonate. Because you just got to be an asshole and a troll and unreasonably obstinate in every issue. And yeah. I am gonna ask one of the mods to ban the Hideology account now, though, so I know that is not the real Paul's ego. Because... But dude, you know what? There's still value in what this person did, all right? Because I got to... This has been a fun stream, you know? Hey, I didn't want to do this stream. This was going to be a chill stream. This was meant to be a chill stream. But... someone came in, made me think they were Paul. Whatever. It was fun. And I did unban the real Paul. Supposedly the real... Whatever. Like, see, unless the original... No, because that was Paul. That had to have been Paul, because that was... Paul was on his stream saying he was doing that, and then one of my mods banned him, so that was the only way Paul would have gotten banned. And... only the real Paul would have known he was banned, so I guess this is the real DFF. Chill stream, 2 hours of Paul's ego. No, chill stream, 2 hours of whatever the chat wants to talk about. And, hey, the chat wanted Paul's ego, all right? Yeah, maybe the reason that troll showed up is just because they enjoy watching me spank your bitch ass so much, you know? Maybe they just enjoy. You know, hey, I'm about giving the people what they want, all right? And if the people want... spicy Paul content of me verbally decimating your weak ass, then I can give it to him. Whatever the troll wants you to embarrass yourself about. No, embarrass myself? I made good arguments. I embarrass myself. Like I said, this is how I deal with trolls in general. I argue in good faith. I don't care if the person's trolling. All right? If someone comes into my chat with an argument, I will argue in good faith. If I start to realize they're a troll, I'll be like, okay, yeah, no, I'm not engaging with you anymore. But I always see, I don't like making bad faith assumptions, Paul. I don't like to just assume everyone's a troll right off the bat. All right? Good arguments against a person you blocked. Yeah, well, dude, see, this is even worse, yo. Because like, dude, that person actually wasn't doing a very good Paul impersonation, because Paul is like way more unreasonable than that person was giving him credit for. Yeah, way more disingenuous. I'll use that word to describe you, Paul, because that's the word I used to use a lot before I started saying good faith or bad faith, which I think those are useful terms, as much as you might try to deride them. Whatever. Oh no, I did a fucking stream that people liked and were entertained. I'm going to go cry about it now for 3 hours. But see, Paul's going to go on his stream and bitch about me. Be like, I can't believe Jae Darké. I can't believe... Yeah, and he's going to keep calling me Darky too, because, yeah. Disingenuous, like arguing with a troll and pretending you didn't know. What? See, wait, are you that... You're really gonna go there? You're really gonna assert that I knew that person was a troll the entire time and just pretended they weren't? I didn't know they were a troll until the Deep Fat Fried account showed up, and I still don't know that you're not a troll. But I don't know that you are either, right? So I'm gonna argue in good faith. If you present a fucking argument to me, I'm going to give you the argument that I would give even whether you were serious or not. Lol. real thoughtful tear down there. Real nice response. I can tell you had to use your brain for that one. Oh my god. Yeah, I like to give people, like, what this basically comes down to is what I talked about at the beginning of my last stream. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. That's who I am. You don't like it? Cool. I give people the benefit of the doubt. I've given Paul the benefit of the doubt. I give a lot of people I disagree with the benefit of the doubt. I still, even though I really dislike Paul and I think he's an asshole and a bully, you know, hey, I get it. You know, Paul grew up poor as a kid, has a bad back, all that shit. Oh my god. I'm right even though I'm wrong because I'm right. What is that logic? Wait. Dude, this is even more incoherent than the Paul troll. What am I I'm wrong because I'm what? Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude. This is sad. I never said I'm right even though I'm wrong. I don't even know what dude. Having never heard of him, I don't know how Paul thinks he's coming off well at all here, lol. If you want to learn about Paul, go watch my debate stream with him. It wasn't good, all right? I didn't do a good job, but neither did he. Like I said, he made himself look like a fucking asshole. A lot of people did not like that exchange. And, you know, a lot of people are like, yeah, fuck that. Nah, fuck you, Paul. You might still have a bunch of sycophants still, all right? But I got people who watch me because they enjoy me. They enjoy what I have to say, all right? I don't shit on people for having different ideas. I welcome my audience to challenge me. All right? Why aren't those a lot of people here watching now? Again, I love this like superiority I'm bigger than you, Jamie. Like again, also, see, there's like 16 people in here now, which is decent live viewage for what I get. Paul's name isn't even in the fucking title. If Paul's name was in the title, it would probably even be higher. But I still, yeah, I've been growing. There was a time. Some people look at incremental growth and go like, ugh, it's not fast enough. Oh, I just give up. Yeah, and maybe if Paul didn't have someone skyrocket him to, not the top, but wherever the fuck he is, by giving him a position on a show that was already established and already had an audience, maybe he'd like appreciate the work it takes to like incrementally grow a channel, right, over the years and get bigger and bigger. And guaranteed it would be way higher. Yeah, probably. Yeah. I also don't see. I know you think I want this to be a Paul's Ego channel. I don't because like I want people that have never heard of, like, dude, I'm not that small-minded. I'm really not. Do you think I want to limit myself to people who have heard of Paul's Ego? You think I think that fucking small, dude? Then oh yes, I'm gonna make this a Paul's Ego channel, so that the few hundreds of people who give a shit will tune in to watch me tear apart some fat angry neckbeard. Like, dude, I don't care. Like, you're not my focus. You're not my fucking, like, I don't care about you, dude. You engaged with me, so I'm going to engage back, especially if I think it'll benefit me. Yeah, why the fuck not? What negative act am I taking by talking about you, dude? What negative impact am I having on society? Like, this is the thing. You try, this is the bully tactic that he uses, all right? He tries to make you feel like the thing you're doing is inherently wrong because he called out the thing you're doing. And he has yet to demonstrate why it's wrong or why it's a negative thing. Why didn't TJ lift you from the dregs? Oh, we're getting to it, dude. We're getting to it. That's where your mind is at. That's where your head goes, right? Because you think that that's what I want is TJ to just lift me up. But you have this superiority complex where you know you're like this fucking Jamie, she's not deserving. She's not even deserving of the fucking attention that TJ does give her, you know, let alone what I view she thinks she deserves of You claim I was elevated? Yeah, you were. Yeah, everyone is. Everyone that fucking is on this site is elevated on some level, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I didn't say why didn't I get elevated. See, you went there. I didn't go there. It's bad faith. It's bad faith, yo. I didn't say that. Don't assume the intention of your opponent's argument. That's what we call bad faith. Especially when you assume the intention of their argument in order to and frame it in a way in order to bolster your argument. Yeah. Why didn't I get elevated? Because I wasn't there yet. I wasn't there yet. You know what? Maybe I'm still not there. But I'm still improving and getting better. Why you and not me? Yeah, because you were more talented than me. You were able to like do that. You know, you were at that place. You know, maybe you had worked on your speaking skills longer than I had. You definitely did, right? You worked on your acting skills, got better, right? All that shit. But that doesn't mean that someone who didn't have the same experience and didn't, you know, follow the exact same path isn't worthy of also growing and building something. And again, I don't expect anyone to elevate me. I don't. I expect to build genuine connections and, you know, network with people. I've been putting that shit off because, hey, I got personal shit. I've been dealing with personal shit. All right. But hey, I'm ready to start building this shit again. I'm ready to start actually trying. And part of that, yeah, I have other content creators. I'm getting on soon. It's gonna be dope. And yeah, I might talk about Paul a little bit more. Yeah, there's gonna be some Paul's ego content. Why not? Yeah, I'm adding you to my list of idiot dumb fucks on the internet that I respond to. Yeah. Alongside Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk and Jimmy Dore. Yep. And that's that. Anyway, yeah, fuck this Paul shit, dude. I seriously did not want to do a Paul's ego thing. Holy fuck. You're going to get there by obsessing with an interaction we had almost 3 months ago. Well, actually, I actually have seen some YouTubers grow that way, but no, I'm going to get there by responding to dumb fucks on the internet like I always have and making good arguments and getting better and better and better. And yeah, like I said, Paul's now on my list of lolcow material. That doesn't mean I'm... In fact, you know what? Like, honestly, I don't see a reason to, like, dedicate an entire stream to Paul ever again. Right? He's in the rotation now, okay? He's in the fucking rotation. Sometimes we'll talk about him, sometimes we won't. But yeah, But no, that bullshit, dude, of like, oh... You criticized TJ. You criticized TJ. I thought you were TJ's friend, dude. Yeah, I really wish that was the real Paul then, because my response was fucking perfect. Like, dude, I actually respect my friends enough to give them constructive criticism when I disagree with them. Yeah, and I'm not so scared to, like, tell someone a critique I have of them. Oh my god. Yeah, I believe in any healthy relationship. If you have a disagreement with someone, you can air that disagreement, call them out. Yeah. I don't walk around telling my friends their shit don't stink. Never believed that. I wish that dude was the real Paul. I would have had a point. That dude literally just repeated everything that you had said on stream, pretty much. That's why I see, and I'm engaging with this person if it's Paul. This might not even be Paul either. I engage that person. They did do a good impression because I think they just watched Paul's stream and wrote down all of the shit he said about me and then just read off the exact same, yeah. How can you prove it? I guess you fucking can't, so... Because YouTube made that impossible. I guess you could, you could go mod me on the Deep Fat Fried channel, and then you can unmod me after, and you can go, oh, okay, yeah, that's the real... Yeah, no. I'm just kidding. That's not even worth it. That's not even worth it, even if that is the real Paul. How about I don't give a shit? How about whether or not, like, whatever, I've made my arguments. If Paul actually gave a fuck to listen to my argument. This is the thing, because, like, there's no point in, like, trying to, like, reiterate all the good arguments I made against Paul earlier, because I'm just like, what, like, whatever. Like... If Paul was interested in, like, engaging with my arguments, then he'd be the kind of person who would go back and watch this stream from the beginning, or watch any of my streams about him in their entirety, rather than just, you know, listening long enough for him to nitpick something that he can use to shit on me. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm moved on. I moved on. Yeah, let's you can go now, Paul. I'm done with you. All right. I'm done with you. Go fuck off. I want to chill with my chat, yo. I love it because I'm gonna be accused like this stream. I made this stream about Paul. No, some dipshit in the chat made this stream. For all I know, that dipshit in the chat was a Paul alt, and he's just fucking with me. Like I don't know. I don't know on any level. I don't know about your couch question, Annie. I don't know. It was never Paul. Both channels were the same troll. Yeah, probably. I don't care. At least my positions are out there because I did kind of want to. I intended to only do it for like 10 minutes, but like literally I had like written down like in my phone like points I was gonna say. I was gonna like respond to Paul's dipshittery about like, oh, like you're calling us transphobic. Why are you disrespecting TJ's show when you call yourself his friend? Like, fuck off. Yeah, I already said my piece. Right? Yeah, TJ's my friend. I criticize him. If he has a problem with that, he can come fucking tell me himself. All right? Nobody's perfect. Like I said, you're a bully, Paul. In fact, I actually blame you more for the negative element in your community because yeah, your bullying behavior, your assholishness, you're picking on people smaller than you, refusal to listen to most criticism or anyone disagreeing with you. Yeah, that kind of shit festers a toxic fucking element in a community. All right. You called the show transphobic. No, I didn't. I never once said that. That's the thing. Paul said Paul likes to extrapolate things without evidence. I said that there were transphobic people in the audience that probably stick around despite all the pro-trans stuff because even if they disagree with the guy's politics and shit, they still like watching Paul be an asshole and be mean to people. So they watch just for that shit. And then they get off on being mean to other people. I don't care, dude. I don't care that you cover black and trans shit. I didn't say you were transphobic. I said you guys are irresponsible. You specifically are irresponsible in the way you run your fucking audience. Not even the way you run your audience, the way you behave. The kind of behavior that you promote. You're a bully. You're mean. You're rude. You're not respectful to people in general. You promote a negative fucking mentality. And you promote mentally unhealthy behavior in your audience. Holy fuck. How am I acting tonight? I'm acting pretty good. I'm acting good. What? I'm responding to people. Like a bully. I'm acting like a bully because I'm responding to someone much bigger than me. Oh, poor little Paul. Okay, this can't be Paul, dude. Paul would Paul actually play the victim that hard? Wait, would the real Paul actually play the victim that hard? Wait, I'm bullying Paul. Guys, I'm bullying Paul. Okay, this isn't the real Paul. Okay, I'm done. I don't believe Paul would even like. Maybe he is that dumb. I don't know. Yeah, Paul, prove to us you're that dumb. Prove to us you're the real Paul, dude. Oh my god. I guess the only way that Paul can prove this to us is if he says that it was him during his next ideology. I guess that's the only way to prove that this was Paul. He has to be like, yes, I was in the chat as Deep Fat Fried, but no, I was not the sock. Well, the sock account admitted to being a sock account, so whatever. I don't know how a sock account would know that the original ideology was banned, though. That's what makes me think the Deep Fat Fried thing is legit. But yeah, so dude, wait. I'm a bully because I'm responding to someone way bigger than me who, by the way, bullied me first, if anything. Because I'm sorry, yeah, that behavior during that debate or whatever the fuck you want to call it was bullying. You were an asshole. You didn't let me speak. You misrepresented every single fucking word that came out of my mouth, and every single word that came out of your mouth was disingenuous as fuck. I'm being a bully? What is this? Fucking shit. Holy fuck. Yeah, go make a post on ideology. Get out of here. I don't care. Whatever. Whether you're Paul or not, you're not worth my fucking time anymore. I'm done. Yeah, unless this person can prove they're the real Paul, I'm done. All right, chat. Let's don't ban this Deep Fat Fried account, but feel free to time it out. Wait, so that makes it okay? You bullied people in the past, so it's cool to bully? Oh my god, I'm not bullying you. If anything, I'm fucking standing up for myself. Fuck off. Don't ban anybody, OMG. Oh, I definitely ban people. I am not against banning people. All right. I despise all censors on a personal level. Well, that's a you issue. I am not a free speech extremist. I think it's extremely fucking foolish to think that way. You cannot make all speech okay at all times. It just doesn't work that way. There is always a limit to free speech, all right? Always. And yeah, if someone's being an asshole to me in my chat, I have absolutely a right to ban them. Who gets to decide what speech is okay? In my house, I do. And this chat is my house. This is my space, all right? This chat is under me. I run this chat. You can say what you want wherever you want. You can go somewhere else. You can say it there. All right? You can stand up on a street corner. You can go make your own YouTube channel. You can go make your own YouTube channel about how Jae Darké is a worthless piece of shit. You can go do that. But this chat is mine. And if I think people are behaving unacceptably, I will fucking say something. That's just how it is. I try to be fair. I try to let people speak their minds, have their own opinions, absolutely. But it's a matter of personal code of honor. Well, that's your personal code of honor. I don't have that code. All right? I believe in honesty and charitability and shit like that. I believe in kindness. And if people are going to come and spew shit that's not kind, then they can fuck off. All right? Post made. Can someone who's subscribed to Ideology go check that for me? Because I'm not subscribed. Okay, that's not Paul. He posted where? Our ancestors didn't kick people out of the campfire for over every little thing. No one's kicked out of this community. Look, if people can watch me all they want, but if people are gonna be assholes, yeah, no, they get timed out, and if they do it multiple times, then they're banned. Yeah, if people want to be transphobic, racist, ableist, whatever, yeah, they're not. We don't need that kind of shit here. All right, you can come back when you're not such an asshole. Holy fuck. Oh, there we go. Bad faith, huh? Okay. I guess that's Paul. Wow, I'm impressed. Yeah. Well, I already said everything I wanted to say to Paul. Granted, I can't even remember at this point now what I said to the real Paul and what I said to the fake Paul. So call me on Discord, debate your turf. What? Why? Why do I want to? So you can talk over me. So you can engage with every little thing I say in disingenuousness. I guess. Yeah, see, it's not bad faith. You can hang up. I guess that's true. Everybody seems to be having a constant struggle to word what their opinions in ways that sound more objective than they are. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys want me to bring Paul on? I'll give you guys... Look, like I said, I give the people what they want. All right? If enough of the chat wants me to call Paul, I can call Paul. We can talk for a little bit. I don't know what... Do it for old time's sake. Bring him on. I mean, if I bring Paul... No, not Bloodsport. Dude. Medicule vitriol. I really... You really got to stop. You really got to stop pushing the Bloodsports shit. My channel is not Bloodsports. Dude, I'm not going there. I'm not. Don't bring people's ex-significant others into shit, dude. I don't feel like that's acceptable. No Bloodsport. If I bring Paul on, it's first of all, yeah, it's with the understanding that if he starts talking over me, I'm gonna mute him. Yeah, don't bring up people's exes. That's a low blow, all right? Let's see. Trashy low blow to boot. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, no, that is. Guys, come on. Come on. Don't go there. All right? Especially, like, I'm pretty sure she doesn't want to be brought up in this. Like, come on, don't do that. You know what? I'm timing you out for that because No. I know what you're doing, dude. You keep doing the no. Fuck off. Like I told you a million times, if you're going to try to bring a blood sports mentality into my community, then you can fuck off. All right? Stop. That's the last time I'm fucking telling you. Stop. Holy fuck. This is not about blood. This is about fucking discourse. If I bring Paul on, he has to agree to talk. The minute he gets loud, I'm hanging up. Cuz I'm not down for that. I'm sorry. I'm not on here to be yelled at and shit by asshole bullies, all right? I'm here to make content and chill with my chat. Tonight was supposed to be a fucking chill thing. I see the internet as being classy as always. Yeah, you gotta love these dipshits. I won't yell if you won't. I'm not the one who initiates yelling, dude. My guy. I tend to be pretty fucking calm. Damn. We got a new overlay. Holy fuck. You know what? Okay. Nothing else is important but this overlay. All right, we're doing it. Wait. Where'd it go? Come on. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, look at that sexy shit. Yeah, nothing else matters but this overlay. All right. This is a... Oh, fuck. Oh, fits perfectly. Okay, dope. Hells yeah. Okay. You know what? We're using this from now on. Down with the old one. How do I make it disappear? Oh. God damn it. There's another one under it. Okay. And then I can move my camera. Oh, fuck yeah. This is sexy. Hell yeah, Annie made this. This is fucking dope. I love it, Annie. Thank you. Fuck yeah. Oh, I love this. Holy shit. No, this is beautiful. This is sexy, yo. This is fucking sexy. I love this overlay so much. Thank you so much, Annie. This is beautiful. Okay. Thanks. You are, Annie. Annie is talented, yo. Fuck yeah. This is better than I imagined. All right, whatever. If Paul wants to call me on Discord, I'll entertain it for a little bit. Sure, I'll entertain it. Let's bring it. Yo, what up, Paul?
What?
So we're already starting with that? All right.
No, hold on 1 second. My fucking, I'm doing this on my phone, so, and I'm a boomer, so I have to figure it out.
Yeah, you sound like shit, yo.
I sound like shit?
Well, you sound like you're doing it on your phone, I should say. You're not, like, I can hear you. I'm playing around, yo. Bants. Finally admits he's a boomer. When did Paul ever not admit he was a boomer?
Yeah, seriously. I've always admitted that. He's stupid not to.
You're not even a boomer. That's the...
Not technically. I'm a non-technical boomer.
You're a millennial, aren't you? Aren't you like the oldest millennial?
I'm a cusper.
Oh, you're like in between?
I'm a Gen X millennial cusper. I was born in 1980, so depending on what you look at, they put me in both.
All right. Well, I'm way on the other end of millennial, so.
Yeah, you're a late millennial, yeah.
Yeah. So
almost a Zoomer.
So we're technically we could technically be part of the same generation, Paul. You know, that's beautiful. We can hold hands and try to build a better world together as millennials.
Sure. All right. Fair enough. I'll let you know. Like, I'm way too high to yell, so we're good there.
Well, that's good, yo.
We can.
I don't think yelling.
What's going on? We got a lot of problems, Jamie, you and me, don't we?
I guess we do. I mean.
I guess we do. So what's at the root? What do you feel is at the root of the problems? I've heard you. I've heard out your critiques and stuff. Like, you feel I was uncharitable to you during the debate. I agree with that at the very least. I will defend myself by saying that I told TJ live on my show, the show is still up, that I was in no mood to talk to you, and that if I did, I was just gonna fuck on you. And he was like, I don't care, come on. And so I did. So, you know, in my defense, from the jump, that was the understanding on my end.
Well, personally, I think it was kind of shitty of TJ to set that up, knowing that would be the outcome. But
well, you can go watch the fucking ideology. Like,
no, I watched a bit of it. I don't remember you saying that, but whatever. I believe
was talking about you. You were talking about me. We were both streaming at the same time. TJ thought it was funny, and he came over and was like, "Hey, do you want to come on my channel and talk to Jamie?" And for me, that means, you know, like giving up my super chats and giving them to him.
Sure.
And I wasn't really feeling it. You know, I was having fun kicking it on my porch like I usually do. And I was like, you know, I'm just letting you know, I'm not really looking to debate anybody. I'm not in any mood to deal with Jamie. So
No,
if I do go on here, I'm just gonna I'm gonna do the spectacle thing. I'm gonna yell and scream, and that's gonna be that. And he was like, cool.
Sure.
So,
I'll be honest. I wasn't in the mood for a debate either. I was really just doing my thing on my channel. And honestly, my segment about you was really supposed to be like 30 minutes, and then I moved on. I was gonna move on, but then I heard you were talking about me, and I don't know, whatever. I got mad.
I mean, that's what we do. You're right about that too. It was like, you know, my criticisms of you being like a social climber or whatever, they don't really apply, right? You're a YouTuber. Of course, every YouTuber is trying to be
Yeah.
a social climber to some extent. So, you know, I'll admit on that level that some of the things that I said is explicitly during that debate. Now, since that debate, I stand behind a lot more of what I've said, because I think that, you know, since that debate, I haven't always engaged with that same intent. You know, the intent being to have fun and do a, you know, I know you don't like the term, but old school blood sportsy kind of DP style takedown thing.
Sure. Yeah, that's not really my sort of thing anymore. I'm
right. It's not really my sort of thing anymore either. But you know, from the Tom son tombe, as the French say, I do it.
I think an issue is I do think you mischaracterize me as like putting like as like being a social climber first and foremost, and like that's my motive behind everything. And I think that's a little uncharitable too, because I think your implications that like I don't care about anything, like I look, the fucking shit, the DP drama, I guess if you want to call it that I've been engaging with. You can have your opinion of what I'm doing there and why I'm doing it, but I'm genuinely doing it because I think that's important. And I'll admit that
Sure.
that kind of made me mad when like you implied that like that's just me trying to like, you know, social climb off of Ben's name or some shit. That's not what I'm fucking doing. I see someone who's a piece of shit, an abuser, who's hurt multiple friends of mine, multiple people that I know, and I can't let that shit sit idly by anymore. I can't sit by and do nothing. I believe that all it takes for evil to prevail is for good people to do nothing. I'm sick of doing nothing. So that's why I engage in that.
Sure. I have my own you know, feelings on how shit should be handled in these types of instances and shit, and whatever, it's your channel, you do what you want.
No, sure, I get that. Maybe I didn't handle it the best. I'm not an expert at this shit.
Well, that's fine. That's
all I know,
why...
I know I didn't handle that the greatest. All I know, I looked around, I saw Ben's ex posted some shit on Twitter, and I thought, okay, finally people are going to start talking about this. I looked around, no one was talking about it. No one, not a goddamn channel, and I was sick of that shit. I was sick of it, so I decided to talk about it, and I didn't think that me talking about it was going to gain any traction. I just thought, you know, it'll rile up the few people that I watch, and maybe they'll go out there and tell other people about it, and maybe, you know, some fuss will be stirred about it and someone else will handle it, because I didn't want to handle it. I didn't want to break that shit on my channel. I don't want to grow that way. I don't want to grow as a fucking drama channel. That's not my fucking intent. I look at channels that cover shit like Onision or whatever, and their audiences are toxic. I don't want a toxic audience that's here for drama. I don't.
Sure. Understood. I don't want that either, which is why, you know, I so heavily police my chat, you know what I mean? Because as you saw tonight, there are people whose intent is to waste your time. Like, admit it or not, in the heat of the moment, whatever, like you responding to a dude that isn't me in your chat is a waste of time. Because you're not, I mean, yeah, the arguments or whatever he was making might stand, but they're not coming from the person you're arguing against.
Sure.
So I'm vigilant against that type of shit in my chat, trolling, and I don't want a drama-based thing. Look, I made a comment on that type of stuff on my channel, the incidents that you're talking about, and let people know what my position on it is. You have to understand, when you're making insinuations about people, you have to be very fucking careful. because you could find yourself at the behest of a fucking false allegation yourself. And it might be somebody who's acting in good faith, like you believe that you are, just giving somebody a voice, and it could end up being fucking nonsense.
Sure.
I'm not saying that's the
But
way it is in this instance.
I wouldn't have talked about it.
Me commenting on that shit, I've made a personal decision to leave, to the best of my ability, DP where it is in my life, right? A lot of people, this is something that I don't know why I think you would be a good person to tell it to, but it's probably because when talking about you or in your community, sometimes I see this type of shit come up where people have a lot of misconceptions about my position with DP. Like, they think that because I was on the show, I was like getting a quarter of the profits and had decision-making power. Dude, I was the butt boy
Right.
of DP.
No, I know that. And honestly, that's one of the things I've brought up in terms of like, because I know you've talked about the way Ben especially would treat you. And I've talked about that as like, you know, further evidence that like Ben's a scum fuck.
I'm not even really talking about that. Yeah, you know, like, but having an asshole boss is one thing.
Sure.
Ben was far from the only asshole boss that I've had, and I've worked fucking jobs where I had asshole bosses for years and years and years longer than I was on DP. So that really wasn't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about my position. I was the janitor of DP. I prepared every show, pulled all the links, made every thumbnail for every show. Did all the fucking busy work for the show, cleaned the studio. Okay, so that was my job. And I made 1/10 of what the other people on the show made, if that. I actually don't know what they made, to be quite frank with you. But I know I made bullshit money. And I did it anyway. So there's this kind of like idea that when it comes to DP, I was this co-equal guy. I was not. I was a contracted performer on DP.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do know that. At least, I mean, I've not gone in depth in it, but I have talked about that to my audience before. I've told them to watch your stream that you talked about that. Because
I appreciate that, and the reason I bring it up is because when this whole thing broke, I think people assumed that I was just like buddy at every function,
right.
Always around. Dude, me and Ben hung out one time alone. Like when it was just me and him, one time in the entire time I fucking knew Ben did he and I go to a restaurant, just me and him. And to be honest with you, my memory of that event was, wow, this is actually kind of cool. Cause it was better than, you know, the kind of tension that was normally between me and Ben. And so when it comes to like the shit that he got into, people assume I know all this fucking scuttlebutt, and dude, I don't know shit. I didn't know any of the people involved when they were involved. I didn't know of those people until I was introduced to them. You know what I mean? I just was not involved in most, especially Ben's shit.
Right. No, I do know that, and I have told people have come to me and been like, well, why haven't TJ and Paul come out about this? And I've said, dude, I really don't think they knew the extent of any of this.
Well, that's part of the unintended blow. That's part of the unintended blowback, right? Of providing a venue for that.
I understand there's going to be unintended blowback, Paul, but like, I also like can't sit idly by when this shit is going on and no one is talking about it.
That's the moral issue. The moral issue aside, Jamie, I don't care what you do on your channel. I'm just letting you know that when it comes to that topic, that's all I have to say about it. I refuse to go any further than that because I'm not the type of person that makes insinuations.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, Paul. I'm not saying that you should have talked about. Well, look, I don't remember everything I've said when I was angry. I might have gotten angry and been like, you know what? Yeah, Paul should be calling this out. I don't know. Look, you
did.
I may have said that. Look, I've said aside from that most of the time that like, look, I get why you don't want to get involved. I get you don't know that shit and whatever.
Well, it's not even not wanting to get involved, Jamie. It's not being able to be involved because I literally don't fucking know.
No, sure, I get that. But where my problem lies, I don't care that you don't want to get involved. That's fine. And you can't get involved where you don't know. Fine. But my problem lies where you start implying that what I'm doing here is like just some stupid drama bait bullshit.
All right, well, I take it back. I don't
Like,
think that.
I
don't
think that was kind of
that
shitty.
aspect of your show.
I had Taylor on to talk. Like, I wouldn't have let her tell that shit if I
understand that.
didn't think that she was like trustworthy.
I understand that, and I didn't say that you shouldn't have people on your show to talk about whatever you feel like. Look, I agree. It is not my place to run your channel. It's not your place to run mine. I'm still going to sit out on my back porch and smoke weed, no matter what you think of it, and you're going to do what you're going to do, no matter what I think of it. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I sit on my porch and smoke weed too. Yeah.
I'm trying to give context for why I might have been uncharitable to you in the way that you brought this up, because you did excoriate me on one of your streams along with my friends for not bringing this shit up when none of us knew about it. Ben had his own fucking life and his own fucking doings, and what he did in that life, I don't know.
Look, what I actually said there was that I don't know that I implied that
I should have filled it out.
I don't know that I implied that you knew. I implied that you know now and should maybe be saying something about it.
I don't know now though, and neither do you.
I mean, do you think Taylor is lying? Do you think these other women are lying?
This is why I don't get involved with things that I don't know about, because I cannot look you in the fucking face and tell you that I know that the people that you've had on your show are telling the truth.
Well, and that, look, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. And
I'm not a judge. I'm not a jury.
Yeah, I get that.
An executioner.
And I've told the people that watch me too, like, I'm not telling anyone you have to believe me, you have to believe this narrative or whatever. But I'm saying, like, I believe it because I've had multiple women come to me and tell me a very similar story about Ben.
Fine. And I appreciate that. And you have every right to dedicate whatever resources you want to pursuing that.
I'm also not making my entire channel about that. Like, I honestly do try to not engage in that shit all the time. I only talk about it when it's relevant or when something new comes to light. Like,
when it comes to that shit, Jamie, honestly, like, you've done the streams where you interviewed people. You've done a couple of follow-up streams on it. It's like, I couldn't credibly say that you've devoted your channel to it. And the same thing goes with your drama with me. You've made, quite a few streams talking about me, but I've made quite a few streams talking about you. A stream is a stream is a stream is a stream. I mean, it doesn't really matter what you're doing.
Like I said,
so that's fine. I retract that uncharitable kind of tone that I took with you. But remember, I took that tone with you during a debate, which I fully said, I'm just going to go do blood sports and shit because I'm not in the fucking mood to sit down and try and debate this shit tonight.
Yeah.
And that was the fucking mindset I went into it with. That's what TJ, like I said, that you have an issue with TJ over that, you got to take it up with him.
I don't have a substantive issue with TJ. I just think it was kind of shitty. He knows I think it's kind of shitty, but whatever.
Sure. I'll let you chill for a second because a train's about to go by. I'll mute up my mic so you don't have to hear it.
Fucking trains, yeah. I love trains. Trains are beautiful, but they are noisy. I grew up next to a train track that made our house shake every time it would move by, every time the train would go by. So I know what it's like living next to a train. Yay, everyone is talking and being civil. Hell yeah, Skeptical Jesus. My simp Skeptical Jesus who just wants to fuck me.
Dude, Skep G used to want to fuck me and now he wants to fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah, me and Skep have actually been friends for years, yo. I don't think Skep wants to fuck me. In fact, yeah, we live decently close to each other, and he still hasn't propositioned me, yo. I'm actually kind of insulted.
Gotta throw it, dude. You miss 100% of the fish that you don't try and catch, Skep G.
That's true, yeah. Paul is so sexy. No, he is. Paul's a sexy man. All right. It's not my cup of tea. I don't like men, but hell yeah. But no, I honestly, Paul, I'll be honest, I think a lot of our disagreements come down to, like, I mean, on some levels it's misunderstandings. On some levels, I mean, you've already admitted to some uncharitability. Like, honestly, at the end of the day, like I try to tell you before, like, we have disagreements. I see why you hold the positions you do. I understand, I don't agree with them, and I'm not gonna tell you you're a piece of shit for holding those positions. I just ask you to do the same, because I think it's very important to like give people the benefit of the doubt. Try to understand where they're coming from rather than just assuming ill intent with everyone you disagree with. Like, I think that's very like damaging to discourse.
I mean, I think that your insinuation that is how I conduct myself is just as presumptuous as
well,
anything.
maybe
I've said
not with everybody, but I you do that from time to time.
I do that when I feel that it's warranted. I do it, yeah.
But I
my
think
life is not it. Like I have my little old lady landlord over here today, looking at my well, which is going dry here in California, and it was a totally normal interaction. Like I think people assume that because I was mean to you, that I walk around in my life and that I'm abusive. Like I've heard people out of your community say that I'm abusive to my wife.
No, I've never said that.
Not you, but people that are in your community have made the claim that Amelia is abused by me because I'm so fucking aggressive and I'm this and I'm that I can't believe she has to live with that. I've never yelled at Amelia one time in my entire fucking life.
Sure.
Period.
No,
I don't.
I get that, and I'm not implying you do, but like I think you say you only act that way when you think it's warranted. My assertion is that I think that you view it as being warranted a little more often than it actually is. I think when it comes to people on the internet, like I think you kind of end up assuming ill intent.
Well,
a lot of the time.
and I don't mean to pull rank on you here, but I was a drunken peasant.
No,
So my perspective on the people of the internet may be a little different than you. You've got a very insular community. And I, at least in the past, currently deal with a relatively fucking large community on my show. And in the past, dealt with a rampaging, out of control community.
Sure.
So I've had vastly more exposure to the type of people that would come in and waste your time like the person did tonight.
Sure.
And so, yeah, dude, I have a hair trigger when it comes to internet shit, because I think a lot of that comes from, if you listen to my streams, I talk a lot of my personal philosophy, and that being that like the internet is a barrier to human communication. Like people are so used to getting away with fucking murder on the internet because they can nest themselves in these little echo chambers.
Sure.
And in the real world, that shit just wouldn't fucking fly.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But the thing is, though, like, even though that's the case and a lot of people do really shitty things on the internet, I think it's still important to realize that people on the internet are still people. Even the people that do shitty things, a lot of them are doing it for a reason.
I never dehumanize people to the point of thinking like this isn't a human being, but it'll be interesting to see one or two things as your internet career goes on, Jamie. And one of those things will be whether or not you hold on to that general idea of giving everybody the benefit of the doubt, because I'm telling you that is an open door to having your time wasted over and over again by people whose only fucking all they want to do is go to somebody who's trying to make it on a live stream and make them look a fool.
Sure. But look, and like I've even said, I think there's charitability is so important, but there's a limit to it. And people can take advantage of you. And if you, if it seems like people are taking advantage of you, if there's evidence that a person is, trying to waste your time, trying to take advantage of you, then don't just be charitable to them. It has to run out at some point. But like, I like to try not to be as quick to like, and I honestly, I don't know how I could have, maybe I should have made that Paul troll, like, prove it was you. Like, maybe I should have done that right off the bat rather than.
I would have, like, and that's just experience. Yeah. Like, if somebody comes in and starts talking shit, I'm and they're saying they are somebody, because it's just happened to me so many fucking times. Like, I've had people come in with perfect TJ accounts, and I do think it's stupid that people can no longer click on your name and go to your channel.
Yeah, that really is stupid.
I don't know why they removed that, but yeah, dude, if somebody with a name came in, before I'm going to spend 45 minutes arguing with that person, I'm going to ask them to post something on their channel or DM me on Twitter or some shit, right? Because You know, I'm not just gonna fucking like. I just happened to see you were live. I showed up and I heard you arguing with me, and I was like, "What?"
Well, I'll be honest. After look, I think I did a good stream the other day, and I know you probably didn't watch it. I know you came in a little bit, but I saw your response to it, and I was like itching to respond. And when I saw, I thought, ooh, Paul's in. I was like, okay, fine. Finally, I'm gonna nail him on this this bullshit that he said. You know,
You're talking about the Heian thing,
the
like not being the origin of language or whatever.
well, oh no, that's what I was talking about on my other stream.
Oh, okay.
But
What was the thing you wanted to nail me on today? Because now you can nail me.
oh no, it was just that you were, because I said it while you were in the chat, because you were saying that like you were like, oh, why were you attacking TJ? Aren't you TJ's friend? And I was like, no, dude, like I do view TJ as my friend, and that's why I criticize him when I disagree with him.
No, that wasn't me though. So yeah.
Okay. But no, like
That was you were arguing with.
I thought I said that when you showed up with the DFF chat.
Well, I didn't tell you that you were attacking TJ.
Whatever. Well, no, you said that in your stream.
Oh well, yeah, because okay, so let's cover that.
Okay.
So you said, and I'll try and quote you as best I can, and not quote mine you.
Mind quoting.
Yeah, not mind quote your situation. Let me say, you said something like, I don't think that the guys are transphobic, but I think that they foster this kind of edgelord element in their audience that is transphobic. And then those people, when I interact with Paul, they all fucking dogpile me. That's basically like, it's not a direct quote, but that's what I got.
That is the general idea. Like I think that the edgelordiness and like the meanness and the blood sports nature of the channel, sometimes I think it does attract a certain element of people that just kind of show up to watch you guys be mean, and well, they don't care how pro-trans you are. They're just like, they're there for the meanness. And then you know, I'm not
look, dude, you're asking me as a person to be something that I'm not.
No,
look,
I'm not even blaming you for that, honestly. I do think, like, I don't know how I would even suggest that you guys go about changing shit to make that less likely. Like, I think you guys are doing a good job. Yeah, you guys are doing a good job. Honestly, like, it's like when transphobia or racism or whatever, I know you guys stamp that shit out, and it's not tolerated.
Like on our, we did an episode on trans trailblazers that blew up on Poll, and a bunch of fucking troglodyte ass anti-trans trolls
and
started commenting on our shit, and we shut down our fucking comment section rather than allow it to go on.
I'll be honest,
want our trans video to be a host to a bunch of transphobia.
I'll be honest, in the spirit of charitability, I'll cop to, like, maybe it was even those people that showed up to be transphobic to me, you know, people that hate watch you.
Chance.
You know,
but you gotta assume, like, when you talk about charitability, how about some charitability for the fact that the guys that you're talking about are vehemently pro-trans?
No, I get that. I don't know. Like I said, Paul, I do think you can act like a bit of a bully sometimes. And
I can, yeah. And that's something I wanted to talk to you about too, is like, on a certain level, I think that you and other people that are off-put or whatever by the way I present myself just don't like me. And that's okay. You know what I mean?
Don't agree, dude. Dude,
well, think about it. No,
I've loved you for years. I've watched you for fucking years, dude.
Right, but if you've watched me for years, you know I'm a mean mother. You know I'm a mean motherfucker. Then, if you've watched me for years, you know I have the capacity to be extraordinarily mean.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just always used to think that, like, you were only mean when it was warranted, and then I don't know. Maybe when you started directing it at me, it started making me think like, wow, Paul's just mean in general. He's mean to everybody,
sure.
And now I'm just like.
And I tried to explain it to you earlier why I felt it was warranted to be mean to you because of the stuff that you were doing and the things that you were saying on your show. I was getting people asking me impertinent ass questions about Ben, about my exes, just all that shit came stirring back up for me. And so, yeah, I was pissed at you, not for presenting the information, but for going on to call out me and have people on, by the way, that were calling out me. Why aren't these guys fucking saying something about this and why, you know, and like engaging with that type of shit, that had blowback in my life.
I don't think we started doing that until after that debate, because
No, that was it. No, it was well before, dude. You were
Was it?
covering this. You covered this multiple fucking times before our
Oh, I
debate.
know I did. I think I maybe I think I might have gotten frustrated
And
at one point and said
a
like,
lot of that shit.
I wish you guys would
watched a
talk
lot of
about
that.
it.
I watched a lot of that shit out of a sense of fucking internet self-preservation to see when is my fucking name going to get brought up in this. And sure enough, there it was. Even though I had nothing to fucking do with it, my name is now in the middle of a rape investigation.
I mean, again,
you know what I mean?
I don't think
So you
your
have to
name was brought up in.
No, I'm not saying you can't cover that shit. But then you went on to stoke that fire by going like, yeah, why aren't these guys talking about it? To the point where I had to go on my channel and do something that's very uncomfortable for me, which is to give people insight into shit that they don't deserve to have insight into. It's nobody's business what my business dealings with fucking Ben were. Let me tell you something straight. If I ever saw, heard of, or knew of anybody raping somebody, it gets reported. So you can believe that or not believe that about me. But the fact that my ass got dragged into this as a person that was somehow tacitly supporting a fucking molester or rapist of women or whatever the fuck, I think was a failure on your part to properly correct the people in your audience that went that way.
I have to find the specific stream that you're referring to, because from what I remember it, and I could be wrong, I'm a stoner, I stream a lot, I say a lot of shit, and sometimes I get mad and say things that I don't really think out before saying them, but I was pretty sure that I went out of my way to like defend you guys on that area. Whenever anyone would bring you guys up, I'd be like, look, they don't know that this is something I'm talking about. This is something Ben did.
Well,
this isn't. And I was pretty sure it was after you started like attacking me, and I was just like, you know what? I'm done being charitable to Paul. And I was like, you know what? Why the fuck aren't they talking about this? You know?
But you became uncharitable to Scotty and TJ when you did that as well.
I don't think
because you said, why aren't they talking about this? They're in the same fucking position. You think if they witnessed a rape, they wouldn't have fucking reported it?
I just kind of look, you have to understand like my position, like where I'm coming from. I'm trying to push a story of someone people being raped by an abuser, and I'm sitting here trying to shine light on this issue, and nobody else will talk about it. No other channel. There are other smaller channels, like way smaller than you guys, but that are still have prominence in these communities that I thought would talk about. Drama channels won't talk about this. I know several drama channels that will not touch this, and I've gotten kind of frustrated where I'm like, no one is helping me shine a light on this. Nobody. And part of me got a little upset because I'm like, well, you guys being as close to Taylor as you are, I thought maybe you guys would at least want to help shine light on this and not make it harder for me to put this out there. And that's what I figured that's what I thought you were doing, was making this harder.
Yeah, see, that's ridiculous. Because you saw what I had to add to it.
Well, I felt like you attacking me. I felt like you attacking me and being like, oh, like Jamie's a worthless drama monger was making people like, oh, like I shouldn't even pay attention to her.
I was mad.
Well, like I said, I said things when I said things when I was mad. That's my point.
Okay, that's fine. I don't really care. Like my feelings are really not hurt, Jamie.
My position. I'm just trying to say my position. And again, I said things when I was mad, and I probably shouldn't have. And I do realize I need to get better at not spouting off when I'm mad, and I need to like be more calm and collected and shit.
I don't know if agree. I don't know if I agree with that, but if you're gonna criticize me for it, yeah, you probably should get better.
Well, yeah, no, I do, because I don't want to just say shit that I don't mean, or I don't want to say shit without thinking about it first. And if I did say that, but well, even if I said it after you pissed me off, I guess either way I apologize, because I do get it. Like it's a very complicated situation for you guys.
No, it's beyond fucked up. It's beyond fucked up. I don't even really think anybody that isn't like it just suffice it to say, it's a beyond fucked up situation. And if there was anything that I could fucking do in my power to fucking help it, I would. But I can't. I wasn't there. I didn't see. I didn't witness. I wasn't involved in that part of this person's life.
Sure. My
And
only
and for me to engage in drama about it would be wildly fucking disingenuous, because as I talked about earlier, people assume I was like in like Flynn at the Drunken Peasants. Yeah, me and TJ, we're close. We have been since the very start. I stayed with TJ very early on in DP's history at a time when I didn't even really have a place. So yeah, TJ and I have been close for a long time. Ben and I never were. And his fucking free time and shit, what he did outside of the show, I knew Ben while he was on the show. So unless anything that he did was perpetrated on the show, I don't know about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to have my name brought up in it, and part of that isn't even on you because you weren't the first person to fucking invoke my name. But I don't want to get involved in the drama. Just know that the fact that my name was brought up in this precipitated that I had to make a fucking really uncomfortable fucking response where I basically, and it just makes people that are conspiratorial minded go like, oh yeah, he knows nothing. He was on the show. It's just like, man, fucking people just don't know. And all because of this. So yeah, I was pissed at you at the time we did this and couldn't really talk about why.
Sure.
Because that would have constituted me involving myself in it, which I really, really, even now, I hate that I'm having this conversation, but at least it's a little distant.
Sure, yeah.
And it's providing context to something I've already fucking talked about.
Well, here's another thing. I also was kind of annoyed that like you kept invoking the conversation, that you kept invoking the Ben situation without directly referencing it during that debate. And I don't know if that was
I was pissed.
Sure, I don't know if that was like a dishonest tactic though or not, because I felt like I couldn't bring it up to clarify like what was even being talked about.
Like,
because I knew TJ didn't want it talked about on his channel.
Sure. I will tell you that on my part, it was just an anger tactic. It wasn't dishonest. I was not thinking like, oh, Jamie can't respond to this. Like that may have been true and probably was true at that point. I know at that point we had locked down the subreddit because of it and like told people like, hey, you get banned if you bring this bullshit up, because people were just endlessly speculating on our shit.
Sure.
Right.
And I'll be honest, that's an outcome that I didn't really foresee. I honestly, I don't know.
What did you foresee? That a bunch of people that are fucking like have nothing to add to this are going to allow their like a front page part of their fucking social media to become about endless cyclical discussion of allegations?
Sure. I understand that. I was trying to get.
There's a reason why Taylor didn't come out and make these allegations on DFF. We
Sure.
didn't choose to host them.
I was just trying to get any eyes on it that I could, honestly. Anyone who might care.
I understand that, but in doing that, me and the other people that are involved with me took blowback. Now, I'm not saying that that we should all not have to take that. We're fucking public figures. Blowback happens and shit. But you want to know why I treated you like an asshole that night? Go back and watch the stream leading up. Watch how I negotiate with TJ and what I say. And then add the context that I provided to you tonight, being fucking pissed off at you, having a bunch of shit I wanted to say about you, because I was just shoveling shit all day because of you, and not being able to bring it up.
I mean, let's be honest,
so
though. Look,
I know you're in every way that I could, and I wanted to make you look stupid and simple and small. And it was, you know what, dude? That is a mean thing. Because I'm a mean person sometimes, Jamie.
Yeah, and
But you know what? It wasn't without fucking provocation or cause. I don't just lash out at people for no fucking good reason. Usually, now sometimes I can misinterpret, like, you know how it is with chat.
I think you misinterpret a lot of shit in chat. You've misinterpreted me a lot in chat. So I can only imagine how much you misinterpret everyone else. Like,
nuance is incredibly hard to fucking, 90% of communication is nonverbal, and I'm having to read what somebody types. Is this a joke? Is it a jab?
Yeah.
Is this person just ignorant about the subject, or are they trying to get me to talk about it? Is it a troll? Is it not a troll? Dude, I'm just that going back to something I said earlier, that'll be an interesting thing as your channel goes on, to see if you remain, like, if you get more people, and I'm not trying to dog out your viewership or whatever, but if you get like 100 fucking people watching you and you're saying shit that's, you know, you got like a little community built and there's controversy outside of the people that really just enjoy you, it'll be interesting to see how charitable you can remain. Because tonight, you know, once again, it led to this, so I guess it didn't waste your time after all, right? Because we're having a good conversation, I think, at least. But if I hadn't have fucking seen what you were doing, you would have just argued with a fake Paul for like an hour.
Sure.
You know? And that's a waste of your fucking time.
I mean,
because it's not me.
It's a waste of my time, but I mean, like I said, the chat was enjoying it. Like, whatever.
Sure.
It's content. Like, I'm not gonna sit there like. I'm not gonna sit there and like beat myself up and be like, oh my god.
But it does matter to you, like in a fucking just like a journalistic way, right? You're not trying to run a channel that's fake news.
No, obviously
so it
not.
matters to you that if you're talking to a personality that is in the same community as you, that you're really talking to them and not just being trolled.
No, of course. No, and
so,
I'll probably make a habit of from now on being like, oh, like it can confirm this is you somehow, you know.
I do. Like, I've had a couple of people come in that thought like we're you and shit. Like, we're trying to be you. One of them had the wrong fucking icon thing, like had your old thing. And that was an easy one to catch. And then the other one misspelled your name. But yeah, people are always trying to come in and stir up shit. And it's just like, dude, I'm not going to fucking go off on somebody that's in the community until I know it's them. And there are ways you can prove that to me. You got me blocked on Twitter and shit. But like, I can, like I did today, I made a post on the community tab on my fucking shit, right? You can go look at that or whatever. There are ways you can fucking verify that you're talking to an actual person.
Sure. I mean, like I said, I kind of just did want to go off. I was just kind of annoyed. Look,
that's fine.
Like I said, you've called me out for like continuously talking about you, but you have to understand, like you're a big content creator, at least from my perspective, that I've watched for years and I've looked up to you for years, and you know, now that there's beef, and you can say I'm like weak or whatever for this, but like no, it does kind of affect me. It does kind of like. You know?
No, it does. There's blowback on your end for shit too, right? You're a smaller person.
Oh, I faced a lot of blowback for everything I've gotten involved in.
Of course. Well, that's part of this. I mean, you want to talk about getting shit slung on you.
Yeah.
Like, dude, talk to me. I can tell you story after story after story of shit that's happened to me. People have done the most reprehensible fucking shit to me just because I'm on a show. I had a weird fucking stalker dude take a picture of the door that my girlfriend walked in and out of to go to work every day. You know what I mean?
Fucked.
That was what was his name? Mosif Jartelli.
Oh, Joseph Martel. That dude.
But anyway, yeah, just horrible shit. So be forewarned that you gotta get thick skin, Jamie. I slung some shit at you, but it was a booty burning or whatever, and like everybody takes one of those every once in a while. Fuck, my career is dotted with them.
Sure.
It's how you deal with it that matters. And look, dude, I want you to keep covering me. There's no fucking buddy that's gonna tell you like, hey, stop making videos about me, stop discussing what I discuss. Like, I want you to do that. But
I honestly I think it makes good content. I mean, I've done shit responding to TJ before, but like, yeah, I disagree with TJ on this. And that's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to attack you when I disagree with you. That's
I never felt that way. If I felt that way, I would not be friends with TJ or Scotty. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not friends with you. I'm not trying to imply a friendship that doesn't exist. Sure. I'm just saying, like, I'm not the type of person that feels attacked when somebody disagrees right off the fucking bat. Now, I do have a hair trigger, and I do argue aggressively, and that's another thing too that, like, I don't know if it's boring or whatever, but it's like you want to be careful when you poo-poo people like me, because there is definitely, and I'm not trying to say that you're wrong, dude. If I could be like the Buddha, or like, at least take the fucking biblical example of Jesus's Zen-like state, I would do that, right? Because that's probably the best way to fucking deal with people. Be open-minded and open-hearted and shit. But I gotta tell you,
turn the other
dude,
cheek.
right? I gotta tell you, there is a time to throw stones, And at that time,
Sure.
you need people like me on the leftists that know how to do that shit.
I don't disagree
And
with
you
that
may,
in
you
the
may not agree
slightest.
with it.
No, I
you may think it's nasty or mean or bad faith or whatever the fuck. But there's gonna come a time, and I think that time is now, where you need people like you that want to take you know, and I'm being complimentary here. You want to take a scalpel, right, to the issue, and you want to be very charitable, and you want to fucking name every organ as you go through and you dissect it. And then there's people like me that just squash the fucking frog.
Well,
right?
that's honestly, but that was my point though. That was one of my biggest points is that I think like in order to achieve anything, it takes all types of people with all different skill sets, and I think your approach and my approach are both valuable, and that's
Well, you haven't thought that in the past. This is a new revelation for you because you've spent a lot of time since we had our fucking debate saying what a bully I am and how shitty I am and how mean I am to people and shit. And it's like, okay,
well, I think you
yeah,
can be, but
I
like
admitted to a lot of that, but
that wasn't my overall argument against your positions though. Like
that was a lot of it. Was that I was uncharitable to you, that I was a bully, that I sought to diminish you, that they yelled at you and yelled over you and talked over you. That was a lot of your criticism.
well,
Right?
I felt like that was all I really got. Like I didn't really have much of another criticism of that debate because we didn't
Then
discuss
maybe use it
anything.
as a
We didn't discuss
we
anything.
did.
I couldn't get a
That's
point
true.
across.
We didn't get deep into anything, but we did discuss some shit. We discussed kink at Pride, right? And your position.
Sure,
on
and
it.
by the way, I want to make it clear too. Like, first of all, I've actually moved over my position on that a bit, not completely to where you're at, but I honestly, and I was trying to get the point across that like if you'd have come to me like to have like a civil conversation of that, I might have even conceded right then and there that like, yeah, you know, you're probably right about a lot of this.
Well, and see, this is the thing is like when it comes to that, somebody sent a hammer to do the job of a screwdriver or whatever. You know what I mean? You needed
Yeah.
a more delicate tool than me, but don't undermine the hammer.
No, sure. I don't.
Because like I gotta be honest with you, like our discourse or whatever, that little debate, that was blood sports. Right? There was no real like nobody's mind was changed politically because of that
Right.
interaction, right? That was just everybody liked, and then the people, you know, some people went with you, and oh my God, yeah, Jamie, you know, might not have done the best, but she looked way better than Paul. And then some people went with me, oh my God, Paul obliterated, and then there were people in the middle, and then, you know what I mean? And that was just blood sports. I know that environment. I created it, or I helped to create it. The Drunken Peasants, you know, we didn't call ourselves blood sports because that came after us.
Right.
As a result of what we did on that show. So blood sports, I know it better than most people that you'll talk to. And so that's what I look at that as.
Well,
and it's fun and it's good. Like people like me, like you have to sharpen your tool, right? If you don't, it gets dull. I got to do it too.
sure.
I have to fucking get in touch with that inner fucking angry guy. Because sometimes it's aimed at people like Ben Shapiro. It's aimed at people like fucking Donald Trump and Joe Biden. It's aimed at people, you know, that are actively working against leftist interest. And it's needed. You need the bullhorn. And so just, you know, whatever. You can criticize me however you want. It's just, in my opinion, you know, listening to the shit that I say and stuff, it might not be the best thing to try and tone me down. You know what I mean? Number one, it's never going to work.
Sure.
My mom tried. Every person that I've ever been with, you know, is in their own way contributed to taming a little bit. But, you know, I just am who I am at this point. I'm fucking 41.
Sure.
I'm going to be a crotchety, angry, radical leftist old man.
That's I think that's something that you choose. But that's a difference in philosophy.
You know, that's an accepting that it. Look, I spent a lot of years on the couch too, psychoanalysis or whatever. Spent a lot of years with a therapist, and one of the things that I learned was the art of self-acceptance, because there comes a point in your life where you can change, and anybody can change, but should you? Like, yeah, I've gone my entire life being the way that I am, and accepting how I am has led to huge personal growth for me. You got to understand, like, you go back you take 15 years off the clock for me, and I'm not in diapers like you were. You know what I mean? I'm a grown ass man with horrible problems, and
Sure.
I'm way better. To have people throw that at me too, and I'm not saying you've done that, but to like throw my mental illness at me, because I talked about that on Ideology the other night, and just like how that's part and parcel of being honest about what and who you are.
Sure.
You know, a lot of people don't talk about their diagnoses. I do.
No,
you know?
I do too. It's something that I think is important to be honest about. And
Well, because we're not going to break the stigma, right? By allowing
Right.
it to be a shameful thing to be diagnosed. So many people
Yeah.
have this shit.
No, absolutely. And that's something I try to push as well. I also do see, I believe in personal growth and trying to improve yourself however you can. I do believe in accepting yourself. I mean, I wouldn't be trying to grow if I didn't come to a point where I accepted myself and understood who I was and decided to try to, uh, 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 be that, be who I have always been inside and was repressing, and in a lot of ways. But that means I also have to realize that there's things about me that are not there yet, and there's aspects of who I will become that I've not developed, and there's things that I don't know, and so I need to grow and improve in whatever ways I can. I need to be accepting and loving of myself, but I also need to be critical of myself and,
Sure.
Not get complacent. And I have to always be willing to challenge myself and to allow others to challenge me.
That's a good philosophy. You know what I mean? And just make sure you don't challenge yourself out of an identity. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because I was that type of person. A lot of what I am now, my ability to work in the space that I work in, comes from just accepting what it is that I'm good at. Because, for me, it wasn't fixing cars, and there are people that love that. It wasn't applicable in the real world for me, unless I wanted to move to Hollywood and try and make it big, or move to New York and try and get on Broadway, right? As a person
Right.
who that's their thing, where do you go? And so I'd given up on it, and it almost killed me. And I was doing that in terms of like, oh, I need to grow out of that and grow into something else. Sometimes personal growth is regression. And you got to be fucking wary of that, dude, because there are about fucking 15, 20 years of my life that are like a desert because I wasn't creative at all. And, that's part of this self-acceptance thing. The person that makes the performer is mean and has a hair trigger temper sometimes, and can be very, very forceful and persuasive when he wants to be. And that's just who I am. You know what I mean?
I can relate to the desire to be a performer, because I have always as well wanted to be a performer. When I was a kid, I took acting classes, and I took I was always in like drama shit, and like I was in like church plays and whatnot. And I've always loved being creative and performing, and that's why I'm
you have
trying
a musical outlet too with that, which is really neat. For me, it was all acting. You know what I mean? It was just that I can't play an instrument. I fuck around and play act at rapping and stuff because it's fun with, and Marshall's a really talented producer, and so he can make anybody sound fucking amazing. Yeah. And that's a fun little side thing I do, but I never, you've got chops in that arena as a producer and a rapper and shit, and you've got so you've got some creative outlets young. When I was your age, I was working at a fucking coffee shop, and that was it. You know what I mean? I did my best with it, but I had no outlet like you've got. And you've got multiple.
I appreciate you complimenting my rapping there, because
I like your rap career better than your vlogger career.
Well,
be a rapper.
Well, I'm trying to. I don't really have a. I don't produce my own shit.
Beauregard feature win though.
What?
Beauregard feature win, dude. When are you gonna have Beauregard on a track?
Maybe sometime. I don't really. My producer, like, I've been waiting on him to get some stuff out there, because I've got a couple songs in the works,
Well, that's cool. I do enjoy your intro music and shit when you play your rap songs and
well,
stuff.
thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I told you I would be fucking nice if you brought me on.
Well, I appreciate that. I like like I said, I care. I like being civil. I like trying to get somewhere with people, try to understand them. You know, I don't like. I personally I don't like blood sports, and I don't care to ever engage in it again. My
Yeah.
And I know you've kind of implied that like my channel has always been that. No, my channel used to be that, and I hated it. I hated it so much. The people that I worked with before, they really wanted it to be that, and I just kind of went along with it. And trust me, it was stupid of me to do that. I take responsibility for allowing that to become my community. But it was toxic. People were toxic and mean, and everyone was mean-spirited. And I'll be honest, the community that I had back then, I never would have felt safe coming out to those people. In fact, I had arguments with those people a lot about like trans issues. Even back then, I would get into arguments with people about puberty blockers and about the military paying for trans treatments and shit like that. And like, I don't like the kind of elements that and I'm not saying that meanness always brings transphobia. I'm just saying like I don't like the antagonism, because the people that like the
transphobes.
Yeah, no, and that's based. I'm just saying, like the mean mentality overall, like the assholes. I guess that I don't know. I feel like asshole behavior attracts assholes who are okay with being assholes in any area, and they're just gonna, you know. I don't know. I don't like that sort of environment. But I'm not saying you guys even have that sort of environment. I think what it is, and I'll be honest, because I wasn't as charitable, and well, I'll be honest, I said I wasn't going to be as charitable in that stream. I made it clear that, like, I did a whole rant at the first half of the stream about charitability, and then I said that I had felt like you had expended the charitability that I had for you, so I did make some uncharitable arguments. I said some things that I probably didn't mean, and I made some jabs, but, like, overall, like, I don't think it's your guys' fault, and I do think there's a leftover element from what the community used to be that you guys can't really control, and I fully understand that.
Well, I think we've done, like, overtime work dumping that type of audience. Dude, go back and look at the beginning of DFF and look at the comment section. It's all like, oh, fuck, this sucks, blah, 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 blah. We can't. Like, we have gone out of our way to make our... And look, dude, DFF is the center of what we do. And it's not a drama thing. There's no drama on it. We cover topics, like Wikipedia of the show. You know what I mean? Like, we cover topics. It's a topical podcast show. And that's it. And we don't do the drama shit for a reason, dude.
Yeah.
I engage... I tip my toe into it on ideology, because ideology is like my lab, dude. It's where I pour my fucking crazy brain out, and sometimes I come up with shit that makes it to a show, and sometimes it's a total waste of my time. And that is, you know, it's something I choose to do.
See, I understand that, because that's kind of what I do on here when I do like a chill stream. I'm just kind of whatever comes to mind, and I'm trying to work things out or figure out, oh, will this be funny for like a proper show, you know, or you know, working out ideas. Yeah, I get that.
Well, it's a good lab space. It's good to have that kind of, you know, keep fostering that, I guess, in your audience, like people that are supportive of that type of thing, because, you know, people will come up and show up and watch a ideology rain or shine, no matter what people say it is, no matter how fucking draconian people claim I am with the chat and shit. There's always people there that appreciate just having me babble to them. And that's really all I do there. A lot of my personal philosophy can be found if you dig through it, but there's a lot of bullshit too. A lot of it is me laughing about farts for half an hour. You know what I mean? Whatever. That's part of me. You know, that's an aspect of my personality. I'm obsessed with farts. So what do you want? But no. So that's one aspect of it. I guess the only other thing that we talked about during our big debate that we haven't covered is the whole kind of like Vosh echo chamber.
Sure.
Which, you know, might be more contentious, although, you know, the timber that we're at now I can maintain. And if you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to, but
I
it
mean,
is a contention I have with you.
sure, you can, I guess, reiterate your position on that. I feel like I've given my side of it quite a
No,
few
I mean it's
times, but
fine. I
I'll.
mean that I don't really want to. If you feel like you understand the position, we don't have to agree
Well,
on every
no,
little fucking.
well, is it the position that all I do is just regurgitate Vosh?
No, not really. Like all you do, I would say that that's the hyperbolic version of my position that maybe came out during our debate. My position is that you're a person who I think TJ has made similar fucking critiques of you. I'm a lurker in TJ's streams, not always, but a lot of the time I'm hanging out. I think that you're a person in search of a voice in a way, and I think that up until now, your way of finding that voice has been to latch yourself onto some kind of personality you perceive as stronger than you, and to emulate that. And I think that in a lot of ways, you're doing that very thing with Vosh. And I don't know, dude. Vosh is not the all-knowing messiah of the left. The dude's
No,
got a
he's
lot of
definitely
problems with
not.
fucking shit. And yeah. And I find myself kind of politically at odds with Vosh on the left. And you being a person that tends to agree with Vosh, you're going to get a lot of, you're in the community with me. So what do you want me to do?
Sure.
Not talk about it?
Sure. So here's my side of this, and I've talked about this a lot, and there's a lot of angles to this, but I've talked about, and I've been very open about the fact that I do believe I used to be a very I used to be that way a lot. I throughout my life have jumped around, and I think there's a reason for this too, and this is where the charitability comes in that I like to talk about, because and I realize there's people in my audience that do this, there's people that you're in your audience that do this, and it's something I talk about called the religious mindset, that when you're raised religious, you are taught anti-critical thinking. You are taught from the minute you're brought up to adhere to everything dogmatically that this ideology that you believe in is teaching you, and to whatever, and it's obviously for a lot of people it's like Christianity or whatever religion,
Sure.
whatever God tells you, you have to believe, you have to follow this book, you have to follow this ideology to a T. A lot of people, when they come out of religion, that's only the first step for them. The first step is realizing, okay, God is bullshit, this whole system is bullshit, so I don't believe that
Then you
anymore.
got to get rid of the mindset.
But
right?
yeah, you have the mindset, and a lot of people will jump from one thing to the next because they don't know how to think for themselves. And I don't like being uncharitable to those people, because I get it. I've been there. I jumped from George Carlin as like my idol and every person I listened to about everything. Then TJ, because he kind of reminded me of Carlin. Then I listened to you a lot, and there was a phase where I was like a Paul sycophant. Then
Doom, Jamie.
yeah. Then I jumped over to Kyle Kalinske, and I thought he was really good, and I was listening to everything he said. Then I started listening to everything that Vosh said. I did for a little bit, but then I kind of had like an epiphany at some point, and I started to realize, I started to see the pattern in myself that I was jumping from one ideology to the next. And every time I would jump to a new ideology, I would completely reject the prior ones, at least in a lot of ways. Maybe not like I would lessen it more and more each time I would jump to a new one. But like I would kind of be like, when I jumped to Vosh, I'd be like, ugh, fuck these positions that Kyle has that are in odds with what Vosh says, and same I did with like when Kyle was like, fuck the positions that Paul has, like Kyle knows what he's talking about. And I started realizing I was doing that, and I wasn't doing it on purpose, but I was like, okay, I'm kind of doing the thing. I'm doing the religion thing. And
Yeah.
I've started since like deconstructing everything I believe and trying to understand where it comes from, and trying to not just reject any ideology completely, but try to take the good things from it, which is why now I talk, like, I'll use like Christian arguments in my videos, and I'll bring up like good things that I think are in the New Testament or whatever, or good things in other ideologies that I disagree with. And I make an effort to, and I know I'm not perfect at this, but nobody is, I think. I make an effort to critically examine what I believe, where it's coming from, and to take the things I agree with from different sources and reject the things I don't agree with, but still try to examine those things. Even something I hear, if I hear you or Vosh or whatever say something, and I'm automatically like, I disagree with that, I still try to be like, okay, but why do I disagree with that, and is it valid, and try to work through it. It's
Sure.
it's something that's hard to do, but overall, and I think this is important to remember too, nobody forms their own opinions in a vacuum. Nobody is like goes up on the top of the mountain and meditates for 40 days and they have their complete worldview formed. I think
No.
we're an amalgamation of all the people who have influenced us. I got a
We
little
are. And that's a good I'm sorry to interrupt
No, go ahead.
you, but
Go ahead.
that's a good realization to come to, because it's the total truth.
Yeah.
So, my influences are similar to yours. Like, I have different people who have influenced me at different points in my life, and I've taken pieces of their arguments. I mean, my two
Yeah.
main influences in life are Bill Hicks and Derek Jensen, who's a fucking weird and prim turf weird. Like, I don't agree with everything either of these people say, but
Right.
when it comes to how I conduct myself and how I look at the world, they were very formative people for me. And so, I kind of try and nod to my influences all the time, and there's nothing wrong with that. I felt, and look, I don't watch all your stuff, and so maybe you've developed since then, but I felt at the time what was happening was just on your channel, when I would watch you, it was a heavy recontextualization of some argument that I'd heard Vosh make.
I would
And
do
it's
that every once in a while. Yeah, I would, especially if I heard Vosh say something that was like, oh, this is really good. I would try to like, okay, here's my take on it, and like here's and I would always try to look at it through my lens. Yeah, I've done that a few times, but I've done a lot of original shit, and I've talked about things that Vosh doesn't talk about. And I know when I brought this up on our debate, and I was like, I even talk about shit that I wish Vosh would talk about. You were like, oh, like you're such a Vosh simp that you're trying to, I don't know what you fucking said, but no, like I've talked about like one of my big things is like I talk about child's rights, because I think they're important. I think a lot of children are brought up
God, bro.
in abusive households.
One of the huge things that I'm an advocate for, and this is something that a lot of people that don't watch Ideology don't know about me. I'm the victim of childhood sexual abuse via an online predator. So at the very nascent beginnings of the internet, I was one of the first children to have access to it. And you can imagine what it was like in the Wild West.
Yeah.
I was abused by multiple adults over the course of probably from when I was about 11 years old until I graduated high school and beyond. And so it was like, that's something that I don't hear anybody talk about, is because it's only gotten worse. Like back when I was a kid and on the internet, it was weird for me to have the internet because my parents didn't know that was going on. Nobody knew what the internet was. There was an excuse, right? Now, every kid has it and it's rampant.
Yeah.
Children are so easily preyed upon, and it's so easy to just melt into the fucking crowd after you've done it because nothing about you is ever real. There's no, you know what I mean? It's just too easy for these people to hide what they're doing and who they are.
It
is. And it's obviously a rampant fucking problem.
Yeah.
And, so I have a very strong fucking position on that shit, and I talk about it a lot, and I have some crazy fucking ideas on how to fix it, because the internet as it exists now is functionally useless if you want to combat that, unless you pass some fucking law that puts parents in jail for letting their kids access it. That's the only way, is to completely bar children from it, because they circumvent any type of fucking, there are just so many ways.
I liked your idea about having like a separate version of the internet for kids that only kids can log into, and they have
that's one of my more controversial positions.
I don't know why it's controversial. Like, have the kids
because
internet.
people hate the idea of giving up functional invisibility on the internet.
Well,
and they think
but you could do that.
They think that you can't. Under my system, you can't, and that's what people don't like about it. My system is based around one principle.
Mm-hmm.
that the public square is public, and the new public square is the internet. Nobody goes and grabs their soapbox anymore. There's like Speaker's Alley or Speaker Square in fucking New York where it's actually people actually do this. But in terms that this used to be the primary way for people like you and me to get their ideas out, is they would go to the fucking public gathering square with a soapbox and a sign and yell at people and hope a crowd gathered to listen to whatever they were talking about, right? The internet has become that.
Yeah.
But there's a functional difference. Instead of looking out amongst people in the town that you know, that all have faces and a stake in the community, you're looking at this horrifying bunch of people in masks. And some of them are the same person. And some of them are pretending to be something that they aren't. And you know what I mean? You're looking at this fucking world that is filled with people pretending to be something that they aren't in the public square. And that doesn't function. Because it allows bad faith actors to fucking concern troll their way into conversations and once again waste people's fucking time.
Yeah.
And that is all these people live for, is to see you derailed, to see you pushed off the fucking subject, to see you fucking pushed into a corner. And they will fucking work at it 24/7 because they have the avenue to do it. And it's the same mechanism that adults use to prey on children.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just a fucking phantom in the wind, dude. I never existed. I'm just Charlie 83 behind a VPN. You'll never catch me, tee hee hee. And as long as that exists in the public square, nothing's going to be done because somebody can functionally throw a fucking rotten tomato at you. And instead of what usually happens in the public square, which is everybody that is fucking trying to listen to what you have to say, if they're interested in it, they turn around and beat your ass for throwing the tomato. Or if they're not interested in what you have to say, they join in the tomato throwing. That's a simple human interaction. Yeah. On the internet, nobody knows who threw the tomato. The person throws the tomato and disappears and then pretends to be somebody else and gaslights you for 6 months only to throw a tomato at you again. Right. You can't have that.
Yeah,
people used to have a stake in the discourse, and now they don't. Now they're not Ian Kaczynski, they're Vosh. Now they're not whatever your name is. They're Jae Darké.
Right.
Or Darké, sorry. And once again, another thing that you have to understand, I've been calling you that forever, bro.
No, I know. You're the one that gave me that nickname.
Bro to misgender either. I'm in California.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, you're the one that gave me that nickname. You're the reason people call me that. So.
Right. And so it's just like I don't do it as a way to fucking diss you, and I definitely didn't make it up as a subtle way to intone that you're a racist or to make some kind of joke or something.
No, I saw someone make the point that like, why does Paul keep saying that? Because isn't Darky a slur? And I was like, yeah, I don't know. It's not something I would say, and whatever. I don't think you have I don't think you have racist intent with it. I just
no. I definitely don't.
No.
You know what I mean? I've just been calling you that since fucking like 2015 or some shit. So like I don't, you know. Anyway, that aside, what I was talking about earlier is like this whole functional anonymity on the internet. I don't want to take it away completely. Sure. I just want to give people only one outlet for it. That when that gets like, okay, so the whole 3-account solution is basically this. You have one account for when you're a kid. And you can only access a certain aspect of the internet that other kids are there for. Obviously, all of the fucking content is pre-screened, so it's educational, fun, time-wasting games for kids, whatever. And there's really no opportunity for a fucking adult predator to get access to it, because if they do, they have to use some child's account, and it's very easy to track down which, you know, somebody's teenage brother is using their kid's, you know, their kid sister's account, and very easy to find somebody when it's tied directly to somebody. Yeah. So the idea behind the 3-account solution is you're given your access to the internet like you're given a social security number in the United States. When you're born, it's issued, right? And you've got one account that you can start using it like whatever. I don't know. What age do you think kids need to be like to have access to the internet informationally?
Probably like, well, it depends on what they would have to do in school.
Something like that. I don't know. Yeah, for school, I didn't see, like, I'm thinking from a time, I didn't have the internet in school, so I'm thinking from a time that, you know, so obviously for school, I would say, like, you're not in kindergarten, you're not doing an internet project. In the first grade, maybe, you're probably like 6, 7. That'd probably be the earliest that you could get access to this internet that I'm talking about. And that expires, of course, the day you turn a certain age.
Right.
And it's actually like a 2-stage process for children. You're between the ages of like 7, let's say it's 6 and 11, you're in the kindernet or whatever, where you have this access. And then at 11, you get access to like other teenagers and shit. And that would, of course, have to be heavily policed,
Right.
because teenagers prey on other teenagers and shit. But we're not talking about the same thing when we're talking about teenagers hooking up or saying off-color things to each other and a fucking adult human grooming a child, right? We understand there's a difference. So at least teenagers are cordoned off. And look, teenagers in public school are fucking and doing things that they shouldn't be doing, probably. You know what I mean? So it's like you gotta cop to that fact. After you're fucking 18, you don't get access to that shit anymore. Then you're on the internet at large, right? Where nobody else is a fucking child. And that's that. And you've got 2 accounts on that adult internet that you can access. One of them is functionally anonymous. Nobody can tell who and what you are. You can design it however you want. The other one has some basic information about you, like your real name, you know, and like, I don't know what else. Some basic shit. This is who this person is. This is how old they are.
I would
Whatever.
just say like maybe like just your name, your age, and what city you're in.
And if you choose to identify as a gender, you have the ability
Right.
to do that on the right.
No, I don't have like a big I'm not opposed to this idea. I know a lot of people have said a lot of other logistical issues with it.
It would require us to tear down the internet as we know.
Oh yeah, no, the internet would have to be made a public utility at that point. Like
Absolutely, yeah. And so
which needs to happen
like,
anyway.
Throw that in my face when I bring this up. Like, I'm not advocating for that. That's what I'm advocating for. Look, we've done this experiment with the internet. It's turned into a nightmare where like foreign governments are literally attacking other foreign governments' elections and shit. That's not like a big lib conspiracy or whatever. Say what you want about it, but it's happening.
No, it is.
Right? It's become a nightmare where you can't tell if you're talking to a person. It's like what you experienced earlier, right?
Yeah.
When a dude came in that like just took the time to make himself look exactly like I look and engaged you as if he was me and tried to keep you talking and stuff, that would not be possible unless that dude devoted his entire anonymity to looking like me. And then once you banned him, you never have to deal with him again. Because his only other option is to come back on his real account that says, hey, my name is Joe Schmo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And expose himself to the world as what he is and actually stand behind the things he's saying. So think what it would cut back on. Somebody would come to your chat one time and spam, you know, N-word, 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 N-word.
Right.
You'd ban them. And then if they wanted to fucking do that again, they'd have to come back with their real name.
That would be so refreshing. See, I think you're going to have a hard time convincing like other people to do, like, I'm a streamer. So you come to me as a streamer like, hey, you want a solution that makes your life easier? I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. You know,
Well, it's not just about making
I'm
your
already,
life easier,
I'm
though.
already like a public, like I'm already public. Like people know who I am. I wouldn't care if I had to come on with my real name or whatever. Like I'm pretty open about my life and shit, you know, like I wouldn't care. Yeah. But I know there's a lot of people that do care and are more paranoid about what that would mean. And I think it just becomes really hard to convince people to give up that level of anonymity that a lot of them...
It just means that we have to functionally defend free speech again. Because look, free speech has always been monitored and clamped down on by the government. Even back in the day when I was talking about when people would pull their fucking Apple box up and stand on it or whatever, right? Sometimes those people were rabble rousers and the fucking constable or whatever would show up and be like, you must disperse, and they would beat people until they left, and that was that, right? So there's always been that element. And so when I advocate for more state control over what the internet is and how it functions, what I'm advocating for is that the people are responsible for holding the government accountable for how they treat freedom of speech. If they use it like some dystopian spy thing, it's our fucking job as leftists to stand up and go, no.
Yeah.
You're not going to turn the public square into a fucking giant spy device. You're not going to use it as a, you know, if they break the rules and they start trolling us, like they use their ability to fucking make multiple accounts to let corporations do it and shit, and we fucking discover them doing it, it's incumbent upon the people to rise up at that point. You know what I mean? Just like we would if they showed up every time one of us started a stream and beat us.
Yeah.
Right? We're not at that point yet. You got to reach a certain threat level for them to consider you. But on the internet, every threat level is considerable, right?
Yeah.
So if they act like thugs, we've got to treat them like what they are, as leftists. But that's a lot of the problems that people have with it. They don't like the fact that our current internet infrastructure and the way that it's integrated worldwide isn't going to work, and it needs to be torn down and rebuilt from the ground up. And they don't like the idea that it would be more centralized and easier to find out who somebody is on the internet.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know what I mean?
It's complicated. There's definitely pros and cons to it. I do like the idea that it would protect kids more, because like I said, that's one of my big issues. I don't really take as much of like a protecting kids on the internet stance, although I do agree that's really important.
It's super important. It should be super important.
It
You
is.
have no fucking, like most people, I'm not saying you don't, but most people have no fucking clue how rampant it is.
Oh yeah, no, I know
How
people.
detrimental it is to children.
I know people who have been victimized, who didn't even believe they were victimized until like they actually started thinking about how fucked it is.
That was me.
Yeah.
That was me. I used to tell one of my stories of victimization like it was a big joke, and people would laugh at it and stuff. But the truth of the matter is that there was a 29-year-old woman and I was a 14-year-old boy.
Oh, I remember that story. Yeah, I remember
we were fucking around on the internet for years, dude. Well into her 30s for years. And when she found out I was underage, she didn't give a shit. Like, now in her defense, for a while, I lied to her and I told her, I was like, you know, I could suss out who was looking for young shit and who wasn't, usually, because I learned how to fucking, like, that's the sick thing about this, is that as a child, I learned how to be victimized.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can put it, because I was so constantly barraged with it from every fucking angle.
Well, that's,
you know what I mean?
That's
community.
where I like try to advocate, because there's I advocate more of, for like children being protected in the home, because I think there are a lot of children.
Because most of the actual what they call like contact sexual assault and shit happens with people that the child knows.
Oh yeah.
This whole idea that some crazy guy pulls up in a candy van and grabs your kid or whatever just never really existed. I mean, maybe it's happened a few times, but everything's fucking happened a few times.
No.
When it comes to kids actually being physically abused, it's typically mom, dad, uncle, brother, neighbor, pastor.
And see, I come from a history of growing up in an abusive household, and you know, a terrible childhood indoctrination into really fucked up values, and all kinds of physical, mental, emotional abuse. Even there's possible sexual abuse, at least light. My family's got like it's fucked, and not everyone is fully clear on
Everybody's
even sure. But like, not everyone's even like fully clear on what happened to them in a lot of situations. It's complicated.
I wasn't for years,
and
it took me years of actually sitting in that therapy that I talked about. Even for it to even come up, and when it did, my therapist fucking almost fell out of his chair.
Right, a lot of it is normalized.
Like, right, and he was like, so, and I was like, what's the problem? And he's telling me, you're telling me that a woman abused you on the internet and sent pictures and called you over and over again from 14 through after you were 18 years old? And I was like, well, yeah. And then I went on to tell him, like, that was one of many. It was one of, like, that came late. At 14, I was already old hat at this shit.
When you're in an abusive environment and it just becomes normal to you, like, you don't question it. And a lot of kids are in positions where they don't question things, and they're taught not to question. And one of the reasons I go so hard against fucking conservatives is because that's like, I believe, like, I don't believe there's a conservative Christian household in this country that's not abusing their children on some fucking level, because it's an abusive ideology, and you literally teach children not to question, not to think for themselves, to just be complacent with, and to just obey any adult or any authority figure that's above them. And on so many levels, like, I believe conservatism is grooming children for abuse.
Well, I have a different, I understand your position, and especially understand it having grown up in a fundamentalist Christian household. I grew up in what they call like a nominally Christian or lapsed Protestant household, and so I
you
was
sinners.
given right, but I was given the story, but I went to church once a year. You know what I mean? It just wasn't a big part of my life, and when I started questioning things, my parents didn't really care. I fully believe that up to a certain point, my parents were functionally atheists. Now, that's not necessarily true now. I think in their older age, they've gravitated as boomers. You might imagine they're actual boomers. So, they've gravitated back towards the old comforts and shit. But yeah, back in the day, both of my parents probably functionally atheists. So I was very lucky in that regard. I didn't have that same type of indoctrination. I do have family members that are really, really super duper ultra dodeca Christian. And it's really hard for me to, yes, do I think that there's some stuff that people would probably categorize as abusive that goes on in that household? Probably. Do I think that you would find any fucking household where that's not true? No.
Well, that's the problem, though. I mean, that's the problem.
Right.
Drive around America, any fucking house you pass, there's some fucked up shit going on behind those closed doors.
I mean, maybe. You know what I mean?
Think,
yeah, you're right. For most of them, you're absolutely right.
I just think we have a culture that like normalizes abusive behavior from parents, allows parents to like view their children as their property. They can treat them however they want. I'm gonna raise my kid how I want,
Yeah.
And I think it's
Well, how do you enforce that though, and give people a sense of autonomy and how they raise their children? Because you want that, right?
Right.
If you were to have a child, you would want to raise them pro-trans and blah
sure.
blah blah, and if you were told like you can't do that, you would be fucking upset, and that's how these people react.
Well,
not to say that those two things are the same thing, because they're not, but how do you take away the right of a parent, you know what I mean, I'm
not advocating for taking rights away, at least not at this point. I advocate more for social disincentivization. I want people to like shame the fuck out of pieces of shit parents and just shame this kind of behavior and look down on it generally in society.
Think about that act though. That hurts the kids when their parents are shamed socially. That's just going to hurt these children.
It could, but
it does. 100%.
See, okay, here's the thing.
If their parents are pariahs in the community, it's going to make them more radicalized.
Well,
probably.
I also advocate though for. See, what I advocate for, I realize requires like a total overhaul of how everything works, but I also advocate for socialism, so I already advocate for an overhaul of how everything works. I want a system where we have in every city, well-funded, well-regulated, well-staffed foster care homes that any child can literally say, you know what, I don't want to live with my parents anymore for X or Y reason. It doesn't matter. I don't want it to be barred by, there has to be proof of abuse or this or that. No, I want any child to be able to say, I want to go.
That gives children an unwarranted fucking weapon in an environment. Like, look, here's why, and I understand, and I'm not trying to contradict you. I'm playing devil's advocate here with a lot of this shit. I'm not a parent, and I never will be. And so, you know what I mean? Like, keep that in mind too.
Sure.
Grain of salt and all that. That being said, like, there's a certain amount, like, children are subservient to the adults that raise them by design.
I think that's a problem.
They have to. See, here's not subservient. Maybe that's the wrong word. Children are. What I don't know what the correct fucking terminology is. I guess a child psychologist would know. But think about it, okay? So you tell a child, don't touch the hot stove.
Right.
If there's no incentive for that child to listen to you, that child's going to get a horrible burn. So children's brains are designed as sponges. The problem that you have is that there are people soaking a lot of bullshit into the sponge that is the child's brain. And how do we mitigate that?
Yeah.
I don't know that there's a fucking answer that doesn't include some wacky totalitarian shit. I think that the best thing to happen to religion would be for people to just continuously fucking disregard it like they're doing now.
Well, no,
that's
a part of what I advocate for, and that's why I think it's so important to, like, disregard Christianity and a lot of those. It's a good idea to shit on those ideas, and I honestly, but that's why I'm also pro, like, I at least want to like socially outcast like fundamentalists. Like I am of the mind, if you are a fundamentalist Christian, you have no business being a parent on any level. Like I'm sorry, there is always a chance that your child could be born LGBT, like and to just know that there are parents that are able to raise their children to believe that that is evil and disgusting, and that if they are that, they are horrible fucking demon possessed monsters. Like it's disgusting. And so again, I wouldn't legislate it.
It's not just fundamentalist Christians that do that.
No,
though.
sure, but any kind of
my parents
ideology
do.
that has that idea needs to be like looked down on in society and be like, what?
How do
You
know
don't
that it's
expect
happening
trans
in the
people?
household?
Again, like if people in society and culture just, oh yeah, I don't respect trans people. No, I raise my children to believe that this is wrong or whatever. That people like shit on them, like you're fucking piece of shit. Fuck off. What's wrong with you? You have kids? I think that should be a reason, by the way, for someone to be able to call CPS on a family and be like, oh yeah, you need to maybe look into this because there's abusive tendencies. I would call them abusive tendencies.
Well, people do. I mean, people do. People, CPS is an almost functionally useless arm of the government
because
now
it needs funding. It has no funding.
Well,
even here in Canada, it's not funded.
Not only that, but it's oftentimes used as a weapon in messy divorces and shit. There's so many fucking people that call CPS on somebody and don't, it just involves a bunch of bullshit and actually harms the children. Because a CPS investigation of your house is not the most fucking nice thing to have to go through. And so it's just, I don't know, man. It's hard for me. I came up in a different time, dude. I was beaten by my parents. My father beat me, right? And for the longest time, I was a proponent of that shit. I was like, yeah, dude, he should have beat me. He taught me not to be a liar. It taught me not to be a fucking thief.
See, I think personally, and because you said earlier the analogy with like the stove and like having to give your child a reason to listen to you. I think personally, I like to take the tack, and I don't know if I'll ever be a parent, but I have had extensive experience raising children and being around children and being involved in childcare. So personally, I think it's entirely more valuable to, rather than just say, do this or I'm going to beat your ass, or do this or else, you say, do this because these reasons, and you explain to the child, you make them understand why. You don't just say, obey me because I'm right, obey me because I'm a parent. You say, no, here's the reason why you don't want to do this. And if they still make the mistake, then, well, they have to learn from it. But like, rather than
what if them learning from it mean, like, that's the thing, is though there's a line, right? When you're a parent, sometimes it's trivial stuff. Sometimes you're just trying to prepare them for like the social world outside of your house, and you don't say that to people, you don't do that to people. And sometimes it's literally like, if you put the fork in the fucking wall, you're gonna die.
Well, then you gotta tell the child that. You gotta explain that to them,
right?
Because
but if that child goes and grabs a fork and does it again, what do you do? If you put the fork in the wall, you're gonna die. What if the child just doesn't care, and they're just like, oh, whatever.
I mean, there are unruly children that probably need to be.
There are 100% unruly children.
Like, I think the different children need to be dealt with different ways, and I'm of the mind that like going right to the violent solution is never the answer. I think
I'm the same. I don't advocate any violence against children. By the way, to finish my statement earlier, it was one of the kind of more boomerish things that I shed over the years, was this kind of defense of me being beaten by my father. It's not cool that happened to me. Right.
But just to finish my point, I think personally, if you tell a child, don't put the fork in the outlet, otherwise I'm going to beat your ass, and then you're suddenly no longer around, you're not home or whatever, and the child sees the fork and they see the outlet and they think, well, dad's not around to beat my ass now, I'm going to try it. Right. I that's why I don't like that kind of mentality, because I think it's way better to teach children why they should and shouldn't do things if you can,
I totally agree. And this is a couple of non-parents sitting and fucking musing about something we'll likely never understand if we don't have kids. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's what bugs me about it, is like what you proposed earlier, like giving kids the option to just leave a house at any time. That gives a child immense leverage over the parent.
I understand that, but this is actually something I've thought about immensely. This isn't just some idea that I just like pulled out of my ass. Like I've thought about all the outcomes to this, and I do realize there might be some situations where a kid is like, you know, oh, well, just fuck you, mom and dad. You know what? I'm just going to go leave and go live in this place. And honestly, I think the good outweighs the harm there. I think kids being able to say, I'm living in an abusive situation and I'm not taking it anymore, outweighs the few dipshit kids that are going to be like, oh, I'm leaving home. And then they'll leave. And then they'll be like, you know what? Maybe my parents weren't so shitty after all. But either way, it won't be of harm for them to go live in that facility because it would be well funded and well regulated, you know?
I just don't like the idea of giving a child who's not functionally fully developed and still needs to be taught, because that's one aspect of parenting that people, I think, sometimes forget when they're discussing this shit. A parent is first and foremost a teacher.
Sure, but a lot of them don't.
With every action that you take, though, even the ones that don't functionally sit down with their kids and go like, hey, let me teach you something, it doesn't matter. The kid is watching everything that parent does. So that parent is teaching that child, whether they're fucking actively doing it or not, because that child's watching how that parent interacts with other people. And so, like, that is first and foremost at the fucking root of the problem here.
Well, because the parents influence their children immensely, and I honestly am of the mind where I think, like, if a child is so unruly or whatever that they are going to go and lie and say, yeah, I'm in an abusive situation or whatever, so I'm leaving, then that probably is the parent's fault on some level. Like it's probably due to some failing.
I mean, like, how do you know that? How do you know that? You know how many angsty fucking teenagers there are in the world?
Sure, there are.
Dude, I mean, you used to be one, right? I used to be one. I was angsty as fuck when I was a teenager. You want to give every teenager the ability to go, fuck you, mom, I'm just gonna go live at the home, and put all that emotional fucking blackmail on their parents because they don't like the rules that they're being asked to live under. They don't like it being asked to mow the lawn, or, you know, fucking take out the trash or whatever the fuck. Fuck you, bitch.
I mean, my hope would be that those kids would, like, leave and then realize that they missed their parents and that they actually had it pretty good, especially when they start talking to some of the other kids that are there for legitimate reasons and are like, oh, shit, that's what you're going through? Or they just learn that it's a
way to get what they want from their parents.
I mean, look, people are...
They go live at the home for a couple of nights, and then they come back, and their parents are way less fucking likely to bitch at them about mowing the lawn again, right?
Maybe.
Because now they've...
I think any system that is meant to do good can be abused. Any system. Like, if you know, a lot of people, that's their argument against, like, UBI or whatever, because it's like, oh, well, what about the people that just don't want to work or whatever? I'm like, well, any system's going to be abused, but I think the good that it does could...
The idea, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the idea is I'm with you all the way up until for any reason. You know what I mean?
Well, okay. I don't know about for any reason. The only reason I didn't used to say for any reason. The only reason I've added that caveat lately is because I think, and here's one of my biggest problems with the way CPS works in general. They will not act. They will not act unless they can see proof of abuse. And a lot of times there is no proof. A lot of times it's just, you know, someone's word against the parents or the child's word. And a lot of the time the child feels like they can't leave because they've been manipulated by their parents. I mean, we were told, like, because we had CPS sniffing around for a while, and we were told by our parents that they're going to take you away. They're going to split you all up. They're going to put you in different homes where you're going to be abused and beaten and raped. And, you know, so you better not say anything, and you better, you know, and I look at those cases where it's like kids want out, but they can't get out. And, like, CPS looks and they want to do something and they can't do anything.
Well, then what about an organization where a kid can go and get counseling with absolutely nothing hanging over their fucking head? An organization that they can call at any time from any phone and report what's going on to them.
Yeah,
right.
That would be a good start.
But see, here's the thing: there are going to be a bunch of kids that are like, "Well, fuck these." You know, they're pissed off because they didn't get their allowance, or pissed off because
I mean, under the system that exists now, a kid could call CPS and be like, "Dad's raping me," and you know,
right. So there has to be some kind of fucking well-funded organization, in my opinion, and this is just where we differ on this, that kids can access anonymously, incredibly easily, from any phone or any fucking internet terminal that they can get their fucking hands on. They can send a fucking SOS. And if they misuse it, there has to be some way, some kind of organization that can come in and investigate those allegations.
Sure. No, I'm not
part of that will be asking the kid to document it. So if you have a kid and they're saying like, look, I'm being abused. Okay, we need you to take pictures of your wounds. Document everything that happens to you. You say your dad punched a hole in the wall, take a picture of it.
Sure. I'm not against those measures. I want like I think the thing I advocate more and I think is more important, and whether it's not for any reason or not, I do think we need like facilities where kids can go that are safe. We like the current foster care system is fucking bullshit. Like,
yeah, we agree.
Any fucking family, any dipshit can be like, oh, I want to be a foster parent, and then do whatever the fuck they want. I don't even like the fact that any dipshit can be like, I'm going to be a parent, and then raise their kid however they want. You know, I don't like it. I think there are plenty of people. Well, I know there's no, I'm not making any prescriptions. I'm just saying I don't like it. And so I want to figure out ways to like make things better so that we have less horrible outcomes.
You want my opinion on that? It's a generational thing, and it's not something that's going to fix things right away. And education.
Oh, yeah.
Mandated public education that is good. That churns out fucking critical thinkers.
Yeah.
That teaches kids what abuse is and provides kids multiple outlets when they're outside of the home to fucking report it when it's going on. All of that shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to fucking solve this problem because those kids will grow up and have kids. And those kids will be raised in the same, that same type of system. And eventually you eliminate this abusive element from people or make it so fucking easy to identify that you diminish it in some way. That's the way that I see fighting against this. Creating another bureaucratic organization to go in and investigate shit that I agree with you. It's fucking, a lot of times going to be mom's word against kid's word. Yeah. And how do you judge that? So let's go to the root of the problem, which is people being raised in abusive, ignorant environments.
Right.
And let's solve that by mandating that every man, woman, and child in this fucking country receive a public education. No more homeschooling shit.
Oh, homeschooling needs to be illegal. I was a victim of bullshit Christian homeschooling. Like I missed years of my fucking education because my parents wanted to like give us a good Christian upbringing, and oh my fucking God, it needs to be illegal. I hate that shit. But that's where I just get frustration when I'm just like, dude, parents have way too much of an ability to do whatever the fuck they want, and children are a huge fucking responsibility, and it fucking breaks my heart how much fucking shit is allowed to go on.
Agreed. Agreed.
But no, like I don't know. I enjoy talking about ideas like this. I enjoy like discussing and figuring out the holes, and because that's what I care about, is talking about solutions, and you're never gonna just come to the perfect solution. That's why I like discussing things and like parsing your differences and trying to improve our ideas and whatnot.
Well, yep. I mean that's. I do a lot of that. I also yell at people a lot too.
I know. I guess we moved far away from the original point, which was that I'm just a parrot of Vosh. But I was. No,
I mean we had a good conversation. Yeah. So who cares?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, I'll let you go, Jamie. It's whatever. Had fun. It was good times.
Yeah, it was.
Whatever. Tell your people to calm down. Quit hating my God so much.
All right.
Jesus Christ. All right. I'll see you later. Bye.
All right. Peace, Paul. Whew. All right. Well, that was that was fun. That was that went way better than I was expecting it to go. That went maybe you should. Oh, that's what I should have brought up. Oh yeah, the child license. Yeah, I do believe in a parenting license. I believe in that. Yeah, I've actually, that's another idea that I've been pushing for a long time. Parenting license, absolutely. You should have to have yeah, see, that's actually, I think that's a better solution. I would do the parenting license, though, on top of having, like, well-funded foster care organizations, because I think those are absolutely important. No child should be afraid to go into a fucking foster home. But yeah, this is the thing. There is no one solution for most problems. It involves, like, thinking and coming up with multiple solutions, multi-tiered solutions, so we can attack the issues on every level. You need a license to drive and fish. Yeah, but you don't need a license to bring a life into the world. Like, holy shit. Good thing Zale wasn't here tonight. Yeah, dude, whatever. The funny thing is, Zale and Paul are the two people who give me the most shit for being, like, really charitable to people. But I'm really charitable to both of them. And I know Zale at least would be, like, pissed that I'm so charitable to Paul. And I don't know if Paul knew Zale any better, he'd probably be pissed for me being so charitable to him as well. Especially if he knew Zale was, like, the one trolling him, which, whatever. I think Zale goes too far a little bit sometimes, but I think he's a decent dude, you know. You start fucking with people's reproductive abilities, there will be hell to pay. Whatever. I don't care. That's why the state doesn't do it, except in China. Dude, I'm not saying... Whatever. I don't think people have a right to reproduce. I don't think you have a right to bring a life into this world. Okay? I just don't. I personally don't. I think the child's rights trump yours every fucking time. Every fucking time. Every time. See, if we're going to have parental rights, I think they need to be attached to child's rights. And sure, parents have certain rights over their children. Absolutely. Well, of course. But there should be certain rights in place for the child that if a parent is not allowed to exercise their rights as long as they impede on the child's rights. And whatever. There's a lot of elements to this. I really do, like, I want to talk to more people about these ideas. I want to get people's perspectives on them. Because, see, getting Paul's perspective on this was interesting. Because, again, like Paul pointed out, he comes from a different generation. He comes from a different upbringing. He has, you know, a different view on it overall of, you know, how might the child abuse this system. I just, you know, I kind of do. I think the good would outweigh the bad in that situation. And I think also, again, like, I think a lot of negative outcomes in a lot of areas can be avoided with social disincentivization. Just being like, as a society, no, you do that, that's gross. You know? Ew, you're a kid that lied about your parents abusing you to go live in a fucking foster home, take up a space of a kid that actually needs it. The fuck is wrong with you? Oh my god. You should be ashamed of yourself. We need more of that in society. We need to just shame all the bad behavior. You know? I don't know. I don't know how effective that would be. Maybe. Whew. Anyway. Yeah, I hope y'all have been enjoying this roller coaster of a stream. We went from not really arguing with Paul to arguing with Paul to having a surprisingly civil conversation with Paul. So, yeah, if you like this shit, also feel free to donate, yo. We got a Streamlabs up in the description, yo. Y'all can donate to the Streamlabs. Hells yeah. Help me out, yo. Help support this channel, this fucking content, yo. Help support me. Help support my ability to buy groceries, all right? That's another angle to it. Hopium, yo. God damn it. I keep forgetting to like change the links. I need to update like the default description of my channel. But yeah, yo, I've also I just updated it in the chat in the description. I'll add it again, but I have a new Patreon. My old Patreon was a joint Patreon for me and Chess. And a lot of it, the information was under her name. So I updated my old Patreon account. It's patreon.com/Hopium. Go become if you're a patron of my old Patreon, be sure to cancel that one and become a patron of my new one. Hells yeah. Also, I know I said I was going to do my Patreon show on Sunday. I was not doing good yesterday, guys. I was having like a really emotional day. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a mental health day. I'm going to chill, right? I'm going to smoke some good grass. I'm going to listen to some good tunes, right? And but yeah, no, I've still got that patron show to do. So I am going to do it tomorrow night. All right, I'll do a short public show tomorrow, and then we'll Patreon it up all night. Right, I'll get drunk as fuck for you guys. I'll go pick up some booze before the stream. At least a little bit, not a lot, but yeah, I'll get, because I've already got like a bottle of Fireball over there. I'll get like, actually wait, do I also? I think I have like some whiskey in my drawer too. I don't know, maybe I don't need to buy alcohol. I'll figure that out. But yeah, I'm gonna be drinking. I'm gonna be commenting on some of my old content, probably. I've been thinking, y'all. I like, as y'all know, I like criticizing some of my old content from time to time, especially on patron shows. I've been thinking about something, and I'm kind of torn on whether or not I want to do this. I'm thinking of doing a stream where I cover, I think, the most transphobic thing I've ever done. The problem is, the reasons it was transphobic, I mean, it was transphobic, but the reasons I did it were not entirely transphobic. I'm talking, of course, of my trap stream. All right. And I want to be clear. I don't think I was like openly transphobic or anything. Like I wasn't, like I said, guys, even when I had my old like blood sportsy community, I would argue with people all the time. And I would always take pro-trans positions. People would argue against the military paying for transgender treatments. And I was like, no, fuck you. Why not? I would argue with people who would be like, oh, but transgender, it's just like about vanity or whatever. Like, why? It's not even an important thing. And I was like, fuck you. Like, that's how someone feels. Like, if someone feels like they need that shit, like, fuck you. Like, you know, and I would argue a pro puberty blockers position even. People would be like, oh, but children shouldn't be taking puberty blockers. And I would be like, fuck you. No, yes, they should. Like, dude, and this is where I part of me knew I was trans, okay? Part of me knew I was trans because this was my argument every time someone would make the anti-puberty blockers argument. I was like, I could put myself in the position of someone who's like, because I was in that position. I was like, look, I'm getting older and older. This is, by the way, one of the biggest reasons I never came out. I was like, I'm getting older, and I feel like the older I get, the harder it would be for me to transition. And I would say, like, you know, I couldn't imagine being a trans person, like, you know, approaching middle age and like, holy fuck, like, I put this off for so long, and like, you know, now it's going to be harder for you to transition, harder for you to pass. You know, it's easiest for you to pass if you get on puberty blockers and start HRT early. That's the easiest for you to pass. So yeah, I've always understood that. The reason I think it's the most transphobic stream I've ever done, though, is because while a lot of it was me kind of... It was me experimenting with something that I felt very drawn to. And it was also a part of me discovering myself. It was. That stream, like, dude, whoever donated, okay, for me and my sister to, like, trade outfits, you sparked something, all right? I have no idea who it was. They probably don't watch me anymore. Random person donated. It was like, I was on stream with my sister, and someone was like, you two should trade outfits or trade tops or whatever, and we did it, and I was like, I love this. Oh my god, this feels so amazing. But I didn't want to admit that, so I kind of like took the piss out of it, and like I did like a Blair White impression. I was like, hey guys, look at me, like I'm totally trans now. And I basically like went out, like walking down the streets with my sister and like pretending I was coming out. I was like, what's up guys? Yeah, I just came out. Like, oh my god, like I'm so excited. But I still had the beard and everything. But like I was just wearing like one of my sister's outfits. Look, I watched I didn't watch the whole stream, but I found it. Like it came across my radar again recently. I was like, oh, I forgot that existed. It's privated. But I saw it in my like history, and I was like, I looked at like a minute of it, and like it made me feel really shitty. Like just watching it, it made me feel super uncomfortable, and I was like, this is kind of gross. Okay. Oh God, no, Jamie, why, why did you do this? Look, I was a baby closet trans that didn't know she was trans and was, part of me wanted to embrace that part of myself. But part of me still wanted to remain cool and be like, like what? I'm not a chick, you know. So I'm gonna make fun of this, and I don't know why I'm talking about this. Yeah, I like criticizing myself. Okay, I do. Yeah, maybe I'll look at that on my next patron stream. That could be an interesting segment. I've not been sure how I feel about looking at that again. If I do, I'll be honest. I don't think I'm gonna even show most of the stream. Probably just little bits and pieces to comment on the ideas and some of the shit I said. I don't know. Whatever. Either way, if you want to see that, you got to become a patron. All right. It's only $2, yo. It's only $2 fucking dollars. And by the way, make sure it's the Jamie Patreon, not the Darké Corruptions Patreon. All right. Patreon.com/Hopium. All right. Hopium. I love this overlay that Annie just sent me, dude. This is beautiful. Yeah, I'm glad I put it up before getting Paul on. Yeah, this thing is perfect. This is fucking He sent me another one, or Annie sent me another version so I can have like the camera up in the corner. It's fucking beautiful. Holy fuck. Okay. This is a sexy fucking overlay. It is. I'm not going to apologize, okay? I'm not. I love it. You know what we need too? We need more fan art of my character. Yeah, if there's any artists out there who want to like draw different versions of my character, I will probably use it for something. I really do want like different variations of my shit. So I want different versions of this character. So I can use for different things. That'd be based, yo. Based. Hells yeah. I'll draw you one. What the heck? Fuck yeah. Do it, yo. I will. If you draw me fan art, I will display it on the channel for everyone to see. I'll let them know how fucking awesome you are. Hells yeah. Dude, actually, what was it? That one dude, the Disgusting Beauty, made me a pretty dope fan art back before I came out. He drew me as a demon. Then he also, oh, I forgot about that, yeah, too. Yeah, he made like an Underhaven picture of me, Annie, and Swag. And then he was originally drawing me as a dude demon, but then he like changed it and turned me into a succubus. I'll try to make you some fan art. Fuck yeah. I want it to be good though, so it'll take a while. I won't object to that. Hell yeah. Take your fucking time. Make it beautiful. Can I see that video? What video? The trap stream. No, if I show y'all the trap stream, it's gonna be on the on the Patreon. Yeah. I might clip it later if I really feel like it, but no, it'll probably just be a Patreon thing. Yeah. Hey, you know what though? My self roasting is some of my best content, so it's worth it. Okay, for the $2. It's just $2 fucking dollars, yo. $2, right? That's a cup of coffee. You're saying you won't buy me a cup of coffee? You're so cheap you can't even like. God fucking damn, y'all. Trying to make a living off this shit, yo. Nah, I'm under no delusions. But hey, it'd be nice. Maybe someday. Maybe someday, yo. Hells yeah. I'm curious as heck. You'll have to clarify what you're talking about because it sounds like nonsense thus far. What? What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking to this person in the chat. Never mind. Never mind. This is why you fucking degenerates, all right? Stop talking to each other in the fucking chat. You're here to worship me, all right? You're here to like post comments that are praising my brilliance, all right? I don't have time for you people to be interacting with each other. I'm not as authoritarian as Paul though in that area. I'm not going to ban people for doing that. I'm just going to say try to keep it to a minimum. At least try, yo. Holy fuck. I've got a fucking headache, yo. All hail Lordess Darké. I think Lady Darké works better at that point. Lady Darké. But that's the thing. I don't even know if I still want to... I don't know. I don't know if I still want to use Darké as a name or not. I apologize for having argued with people in the past. I didn't realize it was an issue. Sorry. What? No. I don't care. Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't want it to be, like, all that's in the chat. I don't care if you guys add each other every once in a while or whatever. It's just a little annoying when people like carry on with conversations for a long time, and then like I look and I see someone says something and I respond to it, but then I'm like, wait, oh no, this is part of a broader conversation, and I'm never gonna go back. I'm not gonna do it. I'm never gonna go back and try to get the entire context of a conversation you guys are having, like it, because a lot of times it requires a lot of scrolling. So yeah, it makes it easier if you guys are just engaging me. All hail Lady Hopium. Dude! Wait, Lady Hopium. Wait. Is that a channel name? Is that the rebranding I've been looking for? Lady Hopium. Lady Hopium. I don't hate that. I'm actually considering using that, yo. Lady Hopium. What up, y'all? It's me. It's Lady Hopium. Okay, now you're just copying Paul. What? How am I copying Paul? What is it? This dude? I literally have like a whole rant about charitability, and now you're doing the thing. Whatever. Medicule vitriol doesn't get subtext very well, so it's fine.
Henceforth, you shall now be known as Lady Hopium.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Damn, Lady Hopium. Dude, I changed my name to Lady Midnight in the chat. In my Discord. Cause I don't know why. Yeah, actually, I was naming myself after a book randomly, but I thought I'd have made a cool name. But no, dude, Lady Hopium, dude. Lady Hopium. Okay, whatever. Base jaw. Lady Hopium. You know what? We're doing it. I'm pulling the trigger. I'm pulling the trigger. All right. I'm doing it. It's Lady Hopium now. That's the channel name. That's the fucking channel name. Cause I don't know. I'm sick of Lady Darké. I'm sick of I'm sick of the name Darké. Just because people can like turn it into Darky very easily, and other people just don't know how to pronounce it, so they just say Jamie Dark. Countess Hopium. Why not Queen Hopium? I don't know. I've always called myself Lord Darké, and the female version of that is Lady Darké, right? I'm not a lord, I'm a lady. So, yeah, Lady Hopium. Are you not a queen? Yes, queen. I'm a yes queen. Empress of Hopium. I don't know. I like Lady Hopium, yo. I like it. I like it. I was kind of annoyed because I was trying to change. I was just trying to change all my URLs to just Hopium, like /Hopium. My Patreon is Patreon/Hopium. But Hopium was taken on YouTube, so I had to go with the Hopium. But maybe I can change it to Lady Hopium, and that'll work. Is Lourdes a real word? I googled it and it's not. Damn. Well, the copying Paul report was you trying to outlaw people talking amongst each other. No, I didn't say. See, I literally just said that I'm not going to ban anyone for it, so it's not outlawed. I just said I would prefer it if you guys try to not do that as much. That's all. If I feel like it's being disruptive, I might time someone out for it, but that's about as far as I'll go. Wouldn't the master of the internet be Teddy? What? The master of the internet? Who's Teddy? I don't know what you're talking about. Why not the Supreme Empress Hopium, master of the internet? Oh, that's what you were responding to. Had to go AFK. What I miss? Someone came up with the name Lady Hopium, which I kind of like. Yeah. I mean, I'm still Jamie, obviously, but rather than naming my channel Jae Darké, which is it's kind of narcissistic, you know. I'm just naming it after myself. I mean, I guess Lady Hopium, because I'd be calling myself Lady Hopium then, right? I don't know. I'm gonna play with it a little bit. I'm gonna see how I feel. Hopium. Ah, I love this overlay, dude. I'm so excited. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Everyone give Annie some love, because she did a really good fucking job with this overlay. Where's the other one? She sent me 3. Since you're seeing my post now, I was kidding when I said blood sports, and no, that's fine. No, but you just kept saying it, and I was just like, I'm not. No, fuck it. You're like blood sports, and I was just like, dude, no blood sports. But then you kept being like, but blood sports, and I was like, okay, I'm timing you out because I'm just no. Look, if Paul came on with the same vitriol that he had prior, I would have kicked him. I would have. I would not have. I would have just ended the call. But no, Paul, look, I'll give credit where credit's due. Paul engaged in good faith. He came on to actually engage with me and, you know, hear where I was coming from. And I appreciate that. I will give Paul credit for engaging in a show of good faith. All right? I do fucking appreciate that. Because... And look, as much as I didn't enjoy the way that shit went down, like, whatever. I guess I can accept Paul's explanation for it, you know? Do I think it excuses that kind of behavior? No. I'm not happy about it, but whatever. He explained where he was coming from, and I get it. I honestly, and see, I also didn't know what mindset Paul was going into that discussion with. I didn't. Because I wasn't watching him. I wasn't paying attention. He was watching my stream. I wasn't watching his stream. I just knew he was watching me because you guys told me. But, you know, I wanted to have a good faith discussion. I think we were actually able to have one tonight, which was good. This is the kind of exchange I wanted to have with Paul in the fucking first place. Now, I'm still gonna, you know, if Paul says some shit I disagree with, I'm still gonna disagree with him. I'm still gonna comment on it and respond to it. Although, I'll be honest, you know, that the fact that Paul, you know, tried to engage in more charitability and you know, better faith, I'll do my best to you know, act in good faith in return, right? I'll try to, you know, be charitable back, and, you know, because that's what I believe in doing, right? Just be charitable, be understanding, treat people like fucking human beings. Try to understand where they're coming from. And if you don't, try to stop for a minute and put yourself in their shoes. Because I can put myself in the shoes of someone who's frustrated because someone else did something that is impacting them negatively now, and is also just in a bad mood in general, and just kind of, you know, egged on to engage in something that they're only going to engage in negatively due to how they're feeling at the time, but doing it anyway. Like, I've done that before. I've done that. I'm not proud of it. But we've all engaged in bad faith because of our emotions, and, you know. But at the end of the day, I truly do believe most conflicts between most people come down to misunderstandings. I do. I think a lot of the time people really misunderstand each other. I think a lot of people, and I think a lot of times we can, like, assume each other's intentions. And I get why that happens, especially when you've had negative interactions with people in the past, and you know you're kind of used to things going a certain way, and so you want to protect yourself. Like I get all of that. I get all of that. Whew. But yeah, yo, this has been a long stream. It really has. Artists name themselves after artists name projects after themselves all the time. It's a standard thing. Yeah, no, I was making a joke. I know it's not narcissistic. Yeah, dude, Lady Hopium. The Hopium EP, yo. The Jae Darké EP. I really do want, dude. I was kind of surprised that Paul complimented my music there. I expected that if Paul had anything to say about my music, it would be like, it's not the worst thing I've ever heard. Cause, dude, I remember I said a while back, like in TJ's chat, that I was planning on working on some music, and TJ was like, "Oh, I'll check it out when you make it." And Paul was like, "Oh, it's gonna be terrible," and TJ was like, "No, it'll probably be good." And Paul was like, "No, see, TJ, now what you're doing, now because you're saying this, you're gonna be forced whenever Jamie puts out that music." You know, you're gonna be forced to listen to that and be like, "Oh, that was good," no matter what, even if it sucks. You know, which it probably will suck. I remember him saying those words exactly. So I was like, any music I put out, I bet Paul's just gonna like go into it assuming it's gonna be terrible and be like, this is shit. But no, that actually made my day. That Paul's like, yeah, it's good music, dude. I really want to put out more music. I really do. It's coming. All right, it's coming. Hopefully, as I grow, I can form connections with more musicians, other producers, people who can help me produce beats and whatnot. Because I'm not a producer. I'm a rapper. I can rap. I can write shit. But I cannot produce a beat to save my life. I could even come up with a beat. Like, I could beatbox a beat. Like, boop, boop, ch, whatever. I can't do one off the top of my head, but, like, I've sat there before, like, or, like, yeah, I can, I have, like, a beat in my head where I'm like, yeah, this would be really good for this song. Neither of those are examples. I'm actually like, neither of those are real examples. I'm just, just to give you an example. I can come up with, I'm like, yeah, this would really work. Or I'll come up with like a hook for a song, and like in my head I hear the beat as I'm rapping the hook. I'm like, yeah, that'd be really good. But then like I can't communicate it to someone and be like, okay, I want exactly these sounds. I want it to sound like this. Yeah, maybe just like humming it or beatboxing it myself, like I just do that. And be like, here, producer, make this into an actual thing. But I need a producer, though. I need a producer with more time on their hands in order to do that. Yeah, maybe I'll make some more connections with that shit in the future. Who knows? I'm glad you worked things out with him. Hell yeah. I mean, well, me and Paul are never going to agree on everything, but like I said, I'm always willing to give people a chance. I'm always willing to engage in good faith. I am. All right. I may have said some hyperbolic things when I was mad at Paul. But like I said, I felt like Paul wasn't being charitable to me, so I didn't need to be charitable back to him. And although I will say, and because I made some jabs at Paul. I made some jabs at the show, and I think I even made a couple jabs at his mental health and the way he handles it. And I did try to make it clear every time I said something like that like I could be uncharitable and say this. And when I say that, I'm trying to make it clear that I'm not actually saying that thing. I'm making an example of like, here's something really fucked up I could say. But I guess I'm still saying it. I don't believe it, right? I'm not actually advocating for that position. I'm just, hyperbolically trying to be antagonistic or not trying to be I don't know. Yeah, I was hyperbolically trying to be uncharitable. All right. Because even during that stream, I gave Paul the benefit of the doubt on a lot of issues. I asked TJ if he would interview. I got no response. Is that good or bad? I don't know. TJ doesn't get back to people a lot very, very quickly. I mean, TJ actually responds to my DMs, and he still doesn't get back to me all that often. So yeah, I don't know. You kind of just gotta like pester him. I guess not too much because he'll get pissed off, but like you probably gotta bug him a couple times before he'll answer. That's one of the messages of Catcher in the Rye. People are likely to assume the worst. Yeah, and again, like I look around. Look, if I call someone out for assuming the worst, the last thing I'm gonna do is then, if they are willing to engage with me in good faith, continue to assume the worst of them. Because at that point, I'm doing the behavior that I'm calling out. And I'm just as bad at that point. We have to be willing to act in good faith. Because otherwise, we'll never get anywhere. Like, if I had continued... If I had brought Paul on, I'd be like, you know what, Paul, you're a fucking idiot. You know what? You're a piece of shit, and I'm fucking done with you. You fucking asshole. Yeah, whatever. That wouldn't have gone anywhere. We would have just started yelling at each other, and we would still be like, yeah, fuck you. I don't like having enemies, guys. I don't want to make enemies with people. I want to make friends with people. I want to have a good time. All right. I want to have happy fun time over here. All right. Paul, no solutions at all. I think Paul does have solutions. I just think some of his solutions are misguided, and I still stand by some of my criticisms of Paul. Like I do think some of his positions are based more on emotion than actually thinking things out, but I don't know. Hey, maybe me and Paul will one day sit down and talk about those differences. I think we did a good job getting through the vitriol, the real heavy shit. Political disagreements can always be discussed and should be. I think it's good to I think it's good for the left. It's good in general when we talk about our disagreements. Jae Darké, make friends with your enemies, Bible Man, and his Bible adventure team. Yes, I'll make friends with Bible Man. Yo, what up, TJ? How's it going? How's it going, Cheej? CJ. How's it going, CJ? Fucking TJ. I'm drunk. Damn. I was gonna get. I'm getting drunk tomorrow. I'm doing a patron show tomorrow. I'm gonna get wasted. I'm gonna get wiggity wasted. Drunk TJ. Can we expect to see a drunken stream in the next little bit here? Cool. I'm gonna watch Ozark. Dope, yo. I don't know what that is, but watching shit, yo. That's dope. I love you, TJ. You're a good dude. And despite my disagreements with you or Paul or whatever, you're a good fucking dude, and you make good content. All right. I might criticize shit. I might have my disagreements, but I don't want anyone to think there's any fucking ill will. All right. between me and the DFF guys. All right, all three of them, upstanding motherfuckers. Okay, let's just make that clear. Even if you don't like them, all right, there's a far shittier people on the internet. Trust me. Anyway, I'm probably this has been a long ass fucking stream. I'm probably gonna piece the fuck out of here, yo. Jesus Bible Man is like all those memes about how Bible Man is terrible, and dude, Bible Man is terrible. All right, I grew up with that shit. All right, I'm fully qualified to call it out for how terrible it is. Paul and TJ oil wrestling match when? I don't know. That'd be dope. Yeah, dude. Maybe I can host a fight between TJ and Paul on my channel. You know, but instead of a blood sports match, it'll just be oil wrestling. That'd be pretty hot. I mean, I wouldn't know because, you know, men, ew, but yeah. Oh shit! I've let up. I've finally dispensed with the meme that like I'm physically attracted to TJ. I'm not. He's a handsome man. No, don't get me wrong. But I'm not sexually attracted to TJ. I am attracted to his mind, I will say, because I'm more attracted to intelligence, all right? I'm more attracted to intelligence than anything. So I think that's whatever attracted me to TJ was like I thought he was like brilliant. He's a smart cookie, all right? Why like boys? Cuz I don't. I'm a gay bitch. I've always been a gay bitch. I thought you were bi. I thought I was too. Honestly, and because I came out as bi when I was a teenager. I've been openly bi for like over a decade now. Just got here what I miss. A lot. You're probably gonna want to rewatch this stream later. I spent the first hour of the stream arguing with someone in the chat that I thought was Paul, and then the real Paul came in the chat and was like, you have me blocked, remember? That person is not me. And I was like, oh shit, because he came in as DFF, and I was like, wait. I was like, okay, yeah, that has to be Paul, because only Paul would know that I blocked him and would come in on a DFF. And so he ended up calling in, and we had a chat, and it was pretty good. We had a good conversation. I'm really surprised how well that went. Sapiosexual. Yeah, I think I am a bit of a sapiosexual. I'm also a bit of a demisexual. I tend to be, look, I here's the two things I'm attracted to. I'm attracted to intelligence and any people I have okay, actually what I should say, here's the two criteria. I'm attracted to intelligence, and I'm also more physically attracted to someone I have an emotional connection with. I can look at someone and be like, oh yeah, you're hot and whatever. But in order to like, I don't really enjoy meaningless sex. I enjoy fucking someone that I have an emotional connection with. So, you know, like I might, for example, like I might jerk off to like a woman and be like, oh yeah, she's really fucking hot, but it doesn't mean I actually want to then go and actually fuck her, because I don't know her and I don't have like that emotional connection. Why did you think you were bi? So here's why I thought I was bi. Well, for one thing, I always knew I knew I was queer. Like I knew I was not a straight cis het male. And I was never really see, look, there's certain features in guys that I think are cute. And I'm like, yeah, he's cute. And I've always recognized that, but one of the biggest things is I don't dislike dick. I actually think dick can be kind of hot, which is why I like chicks with dicks. I mean, I am a chick with a dick. But, you know, I think women with dicks are hot. And I would, you know, when I was younger, I would see dicks online. And I'd be like, oh, yeah, that's kind of hot. And I was like, well, this must make me bi. As I've gotten older and gotten to understand myself more. And because honestly, look, and here's another thing. I think, and there were even points in like my relationship with Chess before I came out where she would like call me out. She's like, I don't think you're all that bi. And, I was like, I don't know if I am. I think I am. Like, it's something I held on to, though. It's an identity I held on to, and I think I held onto it largely because I knew on some level I was like LGBTQ plus. I just didn't know where I landed. So I kind of like, and also because the fact is I can be attracted to men. I can be, it's just rare. I'm more attracted to a man's intelligence. If there's a man that I view as like really intelligent, because I'm sapiosexual and demisexual, if I were to form an emotional attachment with that man, I probably could have a relationship. It's just not something I gravitate to. I'm way more interested in women. I think if I was in a long-term relationship with a man, I would miss being with a woman and being with a femininity, because that's what I'm attracted to first and foremost. So I think at best I could describe myself as like a bi-lesbian. Like, I'm mostly a lesbian, but I can be into guys, but I'm not pan. Like, I'm definitely not pan. I do not like men and women equally at all. I think I'm 90% into women, and like maybe 10% of guys could interest me if the circumstances were right. But again, I'm also just kind of like, I would have to really be into the guy's like personality and mind and shit in order to ignore the things about him that would turn me off, like just masculinity in general and like hairiness and shit like that. So yeah, overall, I've come to realize that I'm more of a lesbian than anything else. And I feel comfortable identifying as a lesbian, and I feel like that label fits me probably better than, in fact, I prefer identifying as a lesbian more than I do identifying as trans. Just because like I think all trans is like a description of like, oh, like you were this and now you're this. I'm still a woman. I'm a woman on every fucking level. Like I completely view myself as a woman. I've always been a woman. Which maybe also, see, here's another thing that I've kind of realized. I think I am a lesbian on multiple levels, in that I think I'm more compatible with lesbians than with straight women. Like, I think trying to date straight women as a guy, I think there's a reason why, like, a lot of those relationships were probably doomed from the start, for on multiple levels. I mean, straight women tend to be looking for a man on a lot of levels. They want someone who's masculine and in charge and will take charge of situations and will kind of like be strong and take care of them in one way or another. And I've never really been able to provide that, mostly because it's just not in my nature. And I feel like dating for lesbians is and for gay dudes as well, is there's a lot more of an even playing field. There isn't this like imbalance where there's this at least societally expected difference between the way a man and a woman is supposed to behave. Because I mean, I don't know, I've always like I've always felt I mean, I reject the idea that any gender role in a relationship is valid anyway, but I've always gravitated to the ones that are more traditionally viewed as female anyway. My behaviors and my just instincts in a relationship. And so like, but I also like, I like relationships that are equal, that exist on an equal basis, that, you know, honestly, I think a lot of straight relationships just kind of don't have that. They don't, there's like an imbalance there. I don't know. I might just be rambling, but I don't know. I think, no, there is definitely an imbalance in traditional relationships, traditional straight relationships. There are straight couples that try to be more even and try to be more balanced, you know. And I think that's good. I think trying to be equals rather than, yeah, trying to be like one person has to be the provider. Yeah. And I've hated being in relationships where I'm expected to like be a provider, because I'm not one. I can barely take care of myself. Okay. Yeah, I can barely fucking take care of myself. How am I supposed to take care of someone else? Yeah. I much prefer being in relationships where both people are taking care of each other, and yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, and I know the TERFs, by the way, out there would be like, you're not even you try and identify as lesbian over trans. Fuck you. You're not even a real lesbian. You're just a narcissistic straight man that wants to fuck yourself. Yeah, I know all the TERF talking points. You gotta love the uncharitability that comes from TERFs. I'm just a man of principle, providing for his pets and babies. Hell yeah. Maybe the objectivist version of love is the best. Everyone is a provider, so the relationships are on a transactional T for T basis. What? I don't know what you're saying there. Some straight women are into femboys, as seen in K-pop fan. But you know what? I think straight women, honestly, here's my hot take, guys. I think straight women like the novelty of femboys. I think they like the novelty of a guy that'll dress up as a woman from time to time, but they still want that guy to, at the end of the day, be a man. I do believe that. I think if you're a straight woman, like, you can be like, ooh, yeah, it'd be kind of hot to have my boyfriend, like, dress up in my clothes or whatever and fuck him. But then, like, you still want, after that encounter is over, for him to, you know, put back on his normal clothes and be the man in the relationship. And, yeah, I don't know. I've never liked that expectation to, like, oh, you have to be the man in the relationship, you have to, like, be in charge, you have to, like, again, I prefer, like, and again, not every relationship is going to be, like, perfectly balanced, but I prefer trying to find some sort of balance, you know. When they get older and more mature, they want traditional masculinity. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that per se. And look, I'm not trying to just paint all straight women with a broad brush. All right, I'm not doing that. I'm making, like, some generalizations here that really only apply to, like, certain individuals. It doesn't apply to, like, every woman. All right, I just do think in general, like, a lot of women tend to, yeah, they want a manly man, right? And I've never been all that manly. I've put on a mask of manliness. I've put on a manly persona at times. Hey, what can I say? I'm a great actor, okay? I'm a brilliant actor, and no one has yet been able to recognize my amazing talent. Dude, this stream just keeps going. I'm in one of those modes where I want to end the stream, but I can't. So I I think I just need to end it, y'all. I think I need to go have a smoke. I got a headache, yo. I don't know if y'all, well, I get a headache listening to myself talk too long. Like, I've been talking for 4 hours straight, so. Are gay men the same way about their men? Hence why bara macho men, ex-macho men is more popular with gay dudes than straight chicks who tend to prefer yaoi. What? I don't know. I really don't know. I do not know. Anyway, we've had some interesting discussions. We've had some interesting segments here. This has been a stream. I hope to see y'all each and every fucking one of you, okay? Back here tomorrow night. I'll do a public stream, a short one to chill with y'all, but after that, it's going to be patron show, all right? Patron show tomorrow night. Don't miss it if you're not a patron. Only $2 a month gets you access to all my previous fucking private shows. I've got to post them up on the new Patreon, but they will be posted up there soon. And yeah, there's a lot of good shows. I believe if you join the Patreon, you will get access to it in Discord at the very least. I've got to make a master post with all the old private shows, but I will do that. All right, join the Patreon. All right. If not, you don't have to do that either. You can also just join the Discord if you want to be notified of future streams. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Instagram. All that shit. Links down in the description. Y'all know what to do. All right. This has been hell yeah. This has been Lady Hopium. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. Until next time. Tomorrow night, y'all. Don't miss the private show tomorrow night. Until then, peace out and have a wonderful night, guys.